of away movement from Mohamed Siraj. He was quite accurate with his Yorkers in that first game, and he will use that at the back end of the innings. We'll look to see if there's any degree of swing. Very similar looking pitch used today, same pitches, but bereft of grass, quite dry. You out there, Samuel Badri. Quite hard surface.
Playing a miss, excellent delivery, a hint of swing from Mohamed Siraj. And that's what he'll be looking to do with this new ball. Forcing Shai Hope to play at that one on the front foot, slip in position, just a solitary slip. Yeah, looking at that surface, absolutely right. Not dissimilar to what we saw in game one, quite firm. A nice little sheen. So batting first, again, like we thought in the first game, is the better of the two options. And once you get a good start in the power play, and you can push through that middle overs with wickets in hand at the back end, then they should be looking at a minimum of 275. Minimum. But it has to be done on the basis of a good foundation. Another slip goes into position.
Very good over so far from Mohamed Siraj. On target. He's tested Shai Hope with his deliveries going away from the right-hander. At some point in time, we will see the short delivery, which has troubled Shai Hope throughout his career. Gets it away, opens his account in fine style. Boundary to end the over, 4 without loss. Last ball of the last over. Saw the very best of Shai Hope, punching off the back foot through the offside. He'll try to do something that his opposite number did in his 100th one-day international. Shikhar Dhawan got a century against South Africa in his 100th match for India. On debut, Avish Khan. One change for India. Debutant, Avish Khan. That was his memorable moment before the game, receiving his cap, a very special one. One that he will cherish for a long time.
Right arm over to you as well.
Two players coming up against each other in special circumstances. Good delivery. Good start. for Avish Khan in his first game, 22 list A matches. "17 wickets for him. That ball was back of a length. Shai was on his front foot trying to press it through the offside.
Usually he gets the ball to go away from the right-handers, Avish Khan. Made a name for himself in the Indian Premier League. This year he played for Delhi Capitals, an important part of their fast bowling group, Avish Khan.
What a knock from this man in the first ODI. Looked really solid at the crease and composed at home in international cricket. The tempo of his innings was what was very admirable.
Starts very well. That's one of his most productive areas, Kyle Mayers. And he gets going straight away.
What a shot, a man in form. Really stylish from the left-hander. And just opened the face slightly to get the gap. Good timing as well.
Seven runs from his first over. 2 overs gone, 11 without loss.
Middle.
Nicholas Puran, Rovman Paul. 2 very important members of this West Indian batting lineup. Always communicating with his bowlers, Shikhar Dhawan, making changes in the field. That swing was pad first. That's a question they'll try to answer. Mohammad Siraj with a little bit of a consultation with his captain and teammates. Will they go for the review? Review taken.
TV umpire to director. You have a player's review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front turn spin vision, please? Front turn coming up. Keep rolling that, rock and roll that for me. Appears to be contact with the pad first. Yes, contact with the pad first, then the bat. Okay, I'm satisfied. No need to go to ultra edge. Can we go to ball tracking as available, please? Wait on ball tracking. Ball tracking is still building. Ball tracking coming up. He's pitching outside leg. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. No need to go any further. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel, can you stay with your not out decision and let you know when you're on screen? You're on screen now, signal.
Very good decision by umpire Joel Wilson. Clearly the ball pitching outside the line of the leg stump, so review loss by India. They were right in noticing that the ball did make contact with the pad first.
The lead swing is what almost did him there.
Cal Mayers was quite brilliant in the first one-day international where he choked 75 from 68. 10 fours and a mighty 6. A lot of those fours coming through the offside. Finding the gaps quite well. And that was a hallmark of that innings.
This is a really good ball. The previous 2 balls were on the line of the stumps. Almost had him LBW. Then he just dangled this one wide. And again, a play and a miss. We've seen quite a few in the early exchanges.
Another good crowd in at the Queen's Park Oval. Unique experience if you're a cricket fan at this venue. Testing delivery. Bit of bounce and the angle across the left-hander, always a challenge.
And a couple of full deliveries, then this one back off a length, so he's varying his lengths quite well, Mohammad Siraj. And not allowing Cal Mayers any opportunity to score. 5 dot balls so far.
Tight off stump line once again. Pressure being created. A maiden over from Mohammad Siraj. 3 overs gone, 11 without loss. Uppish, but in the gap. His favorite stroke, Shai gets into stride, gets another boundary.
Again, hitting this one on the up, not a half volley by any stretch. And despite the dive from Shubman Gill, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Couple boundaries now for Shai.
Intentional opening of the blade, making the accommodation for the ball swinging away. And that's a skill required as an opening batsman when there's swing on offer. I mentioned Navish Khan playing for Delhi Capitals. That was in 2021 and 2022. Lucknow Super Giants.
Oh, yeah!
Still waiting for Virat Kohli. The Part of the traveling party for this tour. Former Indian captain.
Good short delivery from Avish Khan, some aggression. Shai Hope is looking to get onto the front foot, and they've recognized his weakness against this type of delivery. He got dismissed with a short ball in the first ODI and a number of times in 2022 because of his tendency to get on that front foot quite early.
Good aggressive running. Really good from Shai Hope. He seems to be focused and switched on. And awareness early in your innings, crucial. Bludgeoned away onside. Not unfamiliar from Kyle Mayers. Puts pressure on Avish Khan.
Yeah, there's some real intent in this shot. Outside the line of the off stump, tugged away to the one side, trusting the bounce of the surface. And showing that he can score on both sides of the wicket, Kyle Mayers. Confidence.
Mentioned Lucknow Super Giants, both Kyle Mayers and Avish Khan played for the same IPL franchise, so there's familiarity between these two. Up and away. This is really good from Kyle Mayers. Using his power, didn't try to use too much bottom hand. Consecutive boundaries to end the over, 24 without loss.
Last ball of the previous over, full from Avish Khan, and deliberately hit over the top. Again, demonstration of how good this surface is, particularly batting first with this new ball. Shai Hope against Mohammad Siraj head-to-head, 4 innings, leading into this game 28 runs, but he's dismissed him 3 times.
Glorious. And that's a dazzling shot by Shai Hope.
And you mentioned it, Darren, there's something about Shai Hope today in his demeanor. Like he means business. Look at this shot. Regal from Hope.
It's been an impressive journey from him in one-day international cricket. He started way back in 2016. In the second game, picked up his first 100. 101 against Zimbabwe. And since then, he's added 11 more, 12 one-day international centuries. Also has the honor of scoring back-to-back centuries in Test match cricket. That was against England. And I had the chance to speak with him before the start of the day's play. A little bit about his journey. Did mention that tour in 2018 against Bangladesh and the challenges he faced early on. Then he was able to score 2 centuries in that one-day international series, which gave him a bit of self-realization about his game. That has spurred him on in recent times. He hasn't really scored as much as he would have liked. 100 against Netherlands recently, 1 against Pakistan. But when you speak with Shai, you hear that level-headedness from him as a person. Very grateful for the opportunity to play for the West Indies, to be out in the middle, and not just represent Barbados, but the entire region. Speaks a lot about the pride and the opportunity that cricket has given him as a player. Will be a tremendous accomplishment for him to get to 3 figures. And this is 100th one-day international.
He's off to a good start, isn't he? 14 of 17. Looks quite comfortable at the crease. I'm surprised that India haven't bowled too many short deliveries at them. We've seen 1 or 2 in this first 5 overs so far. But there's another. And that's what I was expecting more of before Shai. If we throw our minds back to that first game, it was a similarly bold delivery, a little bit outside off stump, and he went for the shot. So this time, I think he's making a conscious effort to get under the deliveries, particularly early on in his innings.
Was just jogging through for that single. Shai quite opposite, quite intense. 5 overs gone, 29 without loss. An expensive one, the fort. They will continue their assessment of the conditions. Just a fingertip with the dive. Just enough to prevent the boundary. Maybe the umpires will check to ensure that no part of the body was behind or out of the boundary line whilst making contact with the ball.
And I think he did well here, Mohammad Siraj. So far, let's see when he collects the ball thereafter. Yeah, that seems to be okay. Good work initially to stop the ball partially and then to get up and chase for the fast bowler. Oh, how fielding has changed for fast bowlers in the modern game. Third umpire, I just want to make sure that this isn't a boundary. So he's gotten rid of it there. Seems to be okay there. So how close that first game was. Just a matter of 3 runs. So every run is crucial, so they just want to get this decision right. The third umpire. Nonetheless, a good stroke.
Beautiful from Calmes. Not missing out on an overpitch delivery, just give it a firm push down the ground. That's right, good call, youngsters.
This was a gift. Full, just had to present the face of the bat, which he did. And as straight as a die from Calmes.
It's coming right down round 2-5.
He's not going to miss out on that, is he?
And again, carnage once more. Calmes really taking the attack to the Indians.
An expensive 3-ball so far. 11 runs in these 2 fours, consecutive fours, with this time. Exquisite stroke from Calmes. That's really flamboyant and West Indian-like. Made an adjustment in his length, might have kept a touch low. Nicholas Puran winning the toss, deciding to bat first. I think it was the right decision, but batting first for them in the recent past since that 2019 Cricket World Cup. Look at that win percentage, just 13. Considerably better in chases, but they'll have to put on a good show, a good score. First thing first, bat out the 50.
Luckily it was miscued. There is a fielder in that square leg position. And we will see that short delivery used more often as we go deeper into the innings, especially from Mohammad Siraj and Avish Khan with their pace.
Still over to you, Shai.
Pace off the surface might be a little bit different as the ball gets older, which will make that shot a bit riskier. Smart, really smart from Shai. A deft touch with pace on the ball. That's the third 4 off the over. 6 overs gone, 45 without loss. He's going at knots. Shai Hope, strike rate of over 100. This shot would have added to that strike rate being so high, showing his skill set as a batsman. Can score big runs too. Grandfather centuries he's capable of, Shai Hope. Hope got 170 against Ireland. That was way back in May 2019. Both himself and John Campbell put on a partnership of 375. Not 170, of course, his highest one-day international score. The rate that he's going, if he bats the entire 50, he might get close to that 170.
changing field for Shikadawan. Very good intent from these two and a good platform so far. 46 only in the 7th over. I saw that opening partnership for India yesterday between Gill and Dhawan, 119. And that was what they needed to get past that 300. So utilization of the conditions, the new ball, the restrictions in the field, and determining what might be a pass score. So far, the signals are over 275, maybe 300 once again.
Played it comfortably in the end. Appeared as if that delivery hurried Kyle Mayers. Had to sway a little bit offside to get inside the line of the ball to stroke that one to backward square. Kyle Mayers.
And he's taking on these short balls, Kyle Mayers. Not in control of that shot. It could have gone anywhere. Shai Hope seems intent to get under these.
More short stuff, as expected. A little too high. Joel Wilson making the call with support from his partner. It can give you an indication of what is to come. Again, we did mention in that first one-day international, as the ball got older, run scoring became a little more challenging. So this first power play might be a little bit deceptive. Of course, spinners as well, they've been very economical in these conditions here. Very good hand, prevented a shore boundary. Mohammad Siraj.
Very comfortable with that length. Shai Hope, anything that's full or back of a good length, he's okay. Likes to get on the front foot. Another firm push. Seen a flurry of boundaries already in the innings. 9 fours. Nabish Khan, very expensive, none for 36 from 3. Siraj, more economical.
Very different start to the West Indian innings from what we saw in that first one-day international. After 10, they were 52 for 1. And you wondered if they would get close to that target score of 308. Did get quite close. Different outlook in this West Indian batting for this second one-day international. Already 49 in the 7th over. Very good lead by Shai Hope. 7 overs gone, 49 without loss.
Bright sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. Shardul Thakur, who picked up 2 key wickets in the first game, one of them being Kyle Mayers. And he just has this magic about him usually where he produces something. Should have been stopped, isn't stopped. 4 runs. Good morning, Darren Sammy.
Good morning, Bish. And again, Shardul Taka starting his spell with a boundary. It brings up the 50 partnership for the West Indies. Something we've not seen for a while. But so far, this partnership is exactly what Nicholas Puran and Phil Simmons would have wanted.
Noticeably tried to take pace off that first delivery with a cutter. Back to back for Ben 6. Outstanding from Kyle Mayers.
Sims is searching for revenge for that dismissal. Just hitting this one on the up. Cross seam delivery, but Mayers was equal to the task.
It's a challenge for someone like Shardul Thakur if it's a good surface where there isn't seam movement. He has tricks up his sleeve. Come back to that. He can bowl the little cutters, he can use the angles of the crease, and he did that against Kyle Mayers in that first game 2 days ago. Went wide of the crease and Mayers flirted with it. He got Brooks first with a short ball, that's another option. And that's how he got Mayers. And because he's a man of average height, his normal length ball you can hit through the line because it slides on. So he has to have other variations when there isn't lateral movement.
Throughout his ODI career, he's been a touch expensive, but you are right, he has a knack of breaking partnerships, taking wickets, and I think because batsmen try to attack him and probably try to dominate, he often gets them to make that mistake.
Deep square. Was pushed out, so it gives the opportunity for that single, but he pushed the deep square back. And you've got to watch out. Big side of the ground is offside as Mayers takes strike now. Leg side for Shai on that previous delivery. So we heard Dhawan talk about using the wide Yorker at appropriate times and the short ball hitting into the big side. Takes some cutting off. Good work this time by Yuzvendra Chahal. $14 off the over though, 63 without loss. Projected has gone early. As we have to remember, there'll be a change of pace. We saw India slow down in their first innings after the halfway mark.
Also, this partnership will have Shikadawan putting on his thinking cap. He can't just go along with the bowling plan he had at the start. Will he bring Chahal in early? He used him quite late. I think it was in the 17th over of the inning, because the opening bowlers, they bowl so tightly up front. But now it's a different ball game. When will he introduce his spinners?
I think Samuel Badri had mentioned that matchup with Siraj and Shai 3 times in 4 innings, going back to the India tour, West Indies tour of India earlier this year. It's a wonderful story. For those in India, you all know it out of hand, but West Indian viewers may not know that Siraj's dad was an auto rickshaw driver. His mum was a domestic help. He used to bowl barefooted in his early days of the game. In fact, when he went on tour to Australia in December 2020-2021, his dad died while he was in quarantine. And it was a big decision for him to stay on to play international cricket or go back to India. He chose to stay on. And it really started working out for him in 2014 when he went on those trials for zones for the Hyderabad state team, where he was sponsored with a pair of spikes from Abdul Azim. Then 2016-17 was his breakthrough year, where Barrett Aaron, who had taken charge of that state team, and that was his year where he picked up 41 wickets in Ranji Trophy, and he came out here in 2019 and he was the talk of that tour, India A, West Indies A. And he's gone on to some wonderful things. Come from rags to riches story, so many of them.
Yeah, and that's what makes this game so special. You know, the opportunity to change your life. And he would always be hungry to just perform, to come through all these challenges and making it in the end. There's something special about that.
Dhawan looks to use Deepak Huda very early in the first game with his off spin. .65 without loss. Brooks, King, Puran, Powell in need of runs. He's not gone well in ODIs in 2022. Siraj is taking some relief for the moment. Looks to be walking gingerly. Had some issues at the back end of the game with his leg 2 days ago. And change of bowling. Deepak Huda into the attack.
So change of ball, he's coming right arm round.
42. A really good job for Shikhar Dhawan in that first game. Someone you could call on to bowl a few overs to ease the pressure off the main bowlers. Will Kyle Mayers let him settle?
Straight away. Off spin again. Gets Kyle Mayers. It's done quite often recently. First ball wicket for Deepak Huda. Masterful from Dhawan.
Kyle Mayers just trying to punch this one down the ground. I suspect that ball held up a little bit on the surface. Good start for Kyle Mayers. He goes for 39. It's 65 for 1.
Brooks comes to the crease. He's gone quite well with his average this year.
The wicket again. I would love to see the other angle, to see how, if that ball held up in the surface. But it's a soft dismissal from Kyle Mayers. Haven't get that start seen of the new ball. He would have loved to continue. Brooks is in good touch. Missed out on a half century in the first game.
That's middle. Thank you. Ball is right arm over. Right arm over, 5 deliveries remaining.
एक नहीं पाजी, एक के लिए रहेंगे सब. ये आएगा दोबारा तेरे. ओ वेल्टन आवे.
Could see just extra bounce, I think. Hitting high up on the bat.
Brooks is away. The one area of the field that, with the limitations, you couldn't afford to give that room.
Just some width front offer. You could see him using the depth of that batting crease, just guiding it through the gap.
You mentioned, viewers who don't have our vantage point may be wondering why you couldn't afford to give room. He's only got 2 fielders outside the circle for new viewers, and those 2 are straight down the ground and at a place we call deep mid-wicket. So he has to bowl straight.
Bit more. That's it. That's off.
Bottom right of your screen, and just a little bit further upright. That ring on the left of your screen.
एक के लिए रहेंगे अंदर वाले, एक के लिए रहेंगे.
I think with Kyle Mayers, though, we talked a lot about the matchup against someone like Mehdi Hassan since he came into international cricket. So Kyle Mayers versus off-spin has had its challenges, and that's perhaps what has influenced Dawani first game and this game. Maybe a matchup. 10 overs gone, power play complete, the first one, 71 for 1. Second phase of power play from overs 11 to 40, where you're allowed 2 extra fielders at your choosing to drop out of the inner circle onto the boundary as you like. Maybe another matchup with 2 right-handed batters at the crease. Axar Patel, the left-arm spinner, comes in. It was bowled wicket to wicket a lot to the right-handers in the first game. Will he get the ball to grip on this pitch?
ये वाला अक्षर पटेल.
And that's how we would operate. Try to hit that front part of Shai.
Nicely, ये बढ़िया.
Shikhar Dhawan would love that. Kyle Mayers is out. He gets to spin the ball away from the 2 right-handers. Ideally, that's what you'd want when you have a left-arm orthodox spinner in your lineup. Always love when the ball is spinning away from the bat. It brings the edge of the bat into play. On the surface, we saw that ball from Deepak Hooda just bouncing. Great shot there by Shima Brooks. Not trying to hit that one too hard, just focus on the placement. And it was done to perfection.
Two boundaries to Shima Brooks. One off Hooda, one off Axar Patel, both in similar scoring areas. Axar needs to remember to tighten his lineup. I suspect now he'll be a bit straighter. Good intensity in the running. I want to come back to that actually next over. 78 for 1. A good power play for the West Indies. Chose to bat on winning the toss today. But Deepak Hooda, who struck with the wicket of Kyle Mayers. Yeah, good running again. And Darren Sammy and viewers, this is why this, I think, as the team grows, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but when they get on good pitches And I'm saying going forward, when they get on good pitches, the average is good. The strike rate, given the modern game, is below ideally where you want many players in the top order to be. As I broached it this morning, Shamar Brooks and Brandon King. And I'm saying as they go forward, I was very careful as we broached that conversation this morning, that you've got three guys whose strike rate are in the mid-70s. So you can play around them as the team develops now. But as they go forward, they want to lift that tempo. Darren, how?
I think, especially for Shai Hope, who bats at the top of the inning, you could see over his career he accelerates later on. If he could get going a little earlier by rotating the strike, trying to get off strike every ball. In between, he will get the boundaries. Because normally in an international team, you would have one batter like this, where everybody has bat around them. If everyone is going at a strike rate of 90 plus, and if you go at 70, it balances. But in this West Indies team, they got three guys.
Catch it. Oh.
But in time, you play on better pitches, like we saw in the first game and today. I expect that scoring rate, the strike rate, to improve playing on better pitches.
Yeah, we saw twice in this over, hitting the ball down to long on, hitting that gap at mid-wicket if it's straight. So that is all in the future we're seeing, folks. We're not saying that it's going to be an immediate shift from 75 to 95.
And especially with Shai Hope, you know.
I wonder if it's just gripping in the surface just a bit. We'll come back to Darren Sammy's point. 81 for 1. West Indies were good in the power play. India were good in their first power play in game 1. Last ball of the previous over. Just, I think, a little bit of angle and a little bit of grip. Remember, it's the same pitch that was used in the first game. And there was a lot of action in that first power play.
Oh yes, it was all West Indies. Unlike the first game where they did not capitalize on the early loose deliveries, it was not the case today. Especially Kyle Mayers. He was severe on the debutant. This one was a stand and deliver inside out over extra cover. But the first ball in the 10th over, India got the success. But West Indies still in a very good position at 80 for 1.
Time will tell how this pitch holds up again today. One thing that I thought when I looked at it, one thing to be proven wrong is that when I looked at the areas just in front of the batter, it looked a little bit more coarse than it did on game 1. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if the ball holds a little bit more earlier for the spinners.
And I think that influenced Nicholas Puran's decision to bat first, bringing the leg spinner Hayden Walsh in his 11, and also seeing how the ball did reverse swing a little bit for India in the second inning. He hoped that he could put on a good score and exploit those conditions later on. Point I was making about Shai and his strike rate. As if Nils threads this one through backward point. Not much wrong with this delivery. But the class of Shai, you could see him leaning back to access that offside, opening the face of the blade. And placement was correct. When Shai started his career, not many batters were scoring runs around him, and his job was to bat through the inning. And when you're asked to bat through the inning, your defense must be correct. You cannot go out and play as freely with the risk as other players. And I think that contributed over time to that strike rate, and it's a role he really grabbed on to. But later on, I expect it to improve his strike rate.
Yeah, there's a natural cruising speed that each player has, depending on where they bat. And for King, Brooks, and Hope right now, that operates around that late 70s, early 80s mark. But all players learn. So it's not a criticism, it's an observation and where they need to improve. Axar Patel, not a big spinner of the ball. Just wicket to wicket stuff. Curious to see how they negotiate these middle overs today with the bat, West Indies. Simple method from Axar Patel. 87 for 1.
Deepak Hooda, only successful bowler for India so far. Good bowling change from Shikhar Dhawan, and he will continue against the two right-handers. Feel more at ease scoring off the off spinner than they would against the left-hand orthodox, but they'll have to find a way to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking, continue to rotate the strike. So important through this phase of the innings. It's a simple game plan from both of the orthodox bowlers. Wicket to wicket, back of a length. Ask the batsman to play off the stumps. Minimize the amount of width that is on offer. And just like that, Darren Ganga, a good start, a good platform laid by the openers.
Indeed, and at a rapid pace. Run rate per over quite good in the first power play for the West Indies. But I did mention that that first power play could be a bit deceptive as the ball gets older with the introduction of spin. Run scoring will be more challenging. And that's because of the turn on offer, the slowness from the surface. That hardness of the new ball diminishing.
$89 for 1. projected scores for the West Indies. All over 300 at this point in time. Still a long, long way to go. Not where he wanted it. Still gets a single. Shai hope. One of the things we've spoken about, Darren, is the lack of experience at the international level for some of these Indian players. But they've played a lot of competitive white ball cricket in their domestic circuit. So in as much as they don't have that international experience, good running, they have a lot of competitive experiences that will prove useful when they have made that transition to the international level. The IPL is such a high intensity tournament, and when you can play in that tournament and perform, similar to when you come to international level. Shamar Brooks has been really good in 2022, the leading run scorer for the West Indies in this format. Once again, he's gotten a start and he needs to push on. One of these two need to get triple figures. Just 2 dots in that over. Good going from the West Indies. 94 for 1. Brandon King, good score in the first game. Puran Powell, Shepard Hussain. All batters to come.
Hi Samuel, hi everyone. You made a few interesting observations there with the amount of cricket played by Indian players back in India. I also feel that what it allows for them to develop their proficiencies, to play the different style of bowlers. Of course, India had a tradition of producing good and great spinners, conditions conducive for that style of bowlers. Tend to find Indians being very good players of spin. Not the case, generally speaking, for West Indian batters. They love the ball coming on to the bat. So this phase of the innings where we're seeing, what, the 7th over being bowled by spin in this power play too, just slowing the run rate down. Batsmanship has to come to the fore. When I say batsmanship, that's the ability to break your wrists as a player. Maybe use your feet if the ball is turning into you. Minimizing risks. Although they're bowling straight lines, there are a couple catches quite tight in that 30-yard circle, waiting for anything uppishly. There is a leg slip too.
Catch it! Oh!
Yeah, Shikhar Dhawan used Deepak Hooda quite well yesterday. Not yesterday, beg your pardon. That first one-day international, bowled 5 overs, none for 22 in a high-scoring game. And similarly today, he's doing a good job. He's getting some overs out of the way. The wicket, a bonus. Another over with 1 dot ball. Good going again from the West Indies. And 16 overs gone, 99 for 1, and it's time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, 99 for 1, the West Indies. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic. Trinidad being the larger of the two, Tobago more of a tourist destination, but so much to do here in these parts in terms of ecotourism. Lots of sights, very scenic from the mountaintops. The lighthouse, activities for the entire family. Not to mention the delicious local cuisine that is on offer. This is where the West Indies are at after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. 39 for Shai unbeaten. Very well set. Kalmia's a brisk start once again. Got 39 of just 23, and Shamar Brooks, his strike rate above 100. Which is quite impressive and very much needed through this phase. Siraj was good. 5 overs, none for 15. Avish, very expensive on debut. Shuttle a expensive solitary over so far on the spinners, as we've suspected, will be quite crucial. 1 wicket to have fallen so far, the wicket of Kalmia's. Very soft dismissal, you'd have to see. Caught and bowled by Deepak Hooda, just into the attack to get a few overs out of the way, and was a good matchup as well. Left-hander on strike, but their spinners, look at this, the target, the stumps. Majority of their deliveries would be hitting the top of the stumps, which is quite good in these conditions. And once you can vary your pace and you ask the batsman to take a risk, then you're in the game. West Indian batsmen, credit to them. They've been scoring off almost every single delivery, not allowing too many dots. They have to continue that for a long time. Introduction of Yuzvendra Chahal. Very skillful and guileful bowler. 113 wickets at a good economy. what is quite noticeable from Chahal is his control and his ability to put revs on the ball. So he tries to turn as much as possible, as you should. And then every now and then he throws up that wide leg spinner to the right-hander. Got 2 wickets with that yesterday in the first one-day international. Rahman Powell caught at slip, just prodding, and then Brandon King caught on the extra cover boundary. And again, his 10 overs quite critical. Has a slip, extra cover, long off, long on, and a deep square leg as his 4 fielders out. Darren, how impressed were you with Chahal in that first game and how he went about his business?
He's very good. He did exactly what his captain wanted. He's an attacking spinner. Yesterday he celebrated his birthday. 32 years of age.
100 up for the West Indies in the 17th over. And applause around the stadium for that landmark. Much more needed, much more expected. 9 wickets in hand.
Chahal shares a birthday with Rahman Powell, who also celebrated his birthday yesterday, so might want to gift themselves a special performance in this second one-day international. And as a spinner, you've got to understand when you're required to be defensive as a bowler, when there's need for you to attack and get a wicket to give your team the ascendancy. The value that Chahal has in this Indian side is exactly that. He offers Shikhar Dhawan the chance of taking the ascendancy from the opposition because of his wicket-taking ability. Next couple overs, I'll tell you why he's so attacking. 17 overs gone, 101 for 1.
Seventeen overs gone. West Indies bringing up that 100-run mark. They move the leg slip and put him just in front of square, where Shamar Brooks like to just turn it in the one side for a single, so no easy single on offer. He's asking him to do something differently.
Yeah, what he's asking Shamar Brooks to do is to break his wrists and know exactly to what degree to break his wrists. No breaking of the wrist on that occasion. Too short. Gives Brooks enough time to pick his spot leg side and deliver a boundary for his team.
Yeah, too short from Huda. This pitch is, as we've mentioned before, good enough so that he can play that shot with confidence and trust the bounce. Scored a boundary in the over. He has to mix that boundary with a couple singles. Apart from that, for delivery, 5 dot balls, 105 for 1.
So you see, this is 65%. 5%, and this cluster here has been remaining.
मैं करता हूँ
Projected scores under 300 now if they go at this current run rate or 6 and over. Very good start from Yuzvendra Chahal, just 2 runs in his first over.
सिंगल खुल जाएगा यहाँ से ये वाला इजली जा रहा है
Extra cover in a catching position.
Superb piece of fielding behind point. He's everywhere, Mohammad Siraj, with ball in the field. Pulled a brilliant last over in the first one-day international to secure a win for India. Last couple of overs I spoke about Yuzvendra Chahal and why he's so attacking. It's his element of surprise that he offers during his spell. In that first one-day international, we saw about 65% of deliveries finishing on off-stump thereabouts. But the remaining percentage actually were a little bit wide, and he's not afraid to be courageous and to do something different from that stock delivery. Exactly what I've been talking about. Take a look at that heat spot on the off stump. Yellow, green, blue, that's stock, and then he goes wide. 29% of the times. Wide, attempting a wicket. And that's the reason why he's so attacking. He's not afraid to do something different from the norm, different from his stock. Haven't really seen that from the finger spinners. Even the West Indian finger spinners in that first one-day international. They were contented to bowl that off-stump line and contain and wait for the opposition batters to make a mistake.
Classy from Shamar Brooks. Just use the pace of that delivery. And it dribbles into the boundary, beats the fielder. The backward of pointer is the left, much to the chagrin of Yuzvendra Chahal. 110 for 1. Really wonderful shot. Last ball of the previous over from Shamar Brooks. The timing and the placement. So important when you get those loose deliveries to put them away.
Really wasn't that loose, to be honest. Shamar Brooks created the room to hit the ball behind point. What it does, it puts pressure on the bowler and prevents that bowler from maybe trying something different to get a wicket. That's how you keep a bowler in check. By transferring the pressure from you as a batsman back onto the bowler.
And again, I just wonder how crucial these quiet overs from Deepak Hooda will be at the end of the game. It's a similar trend to yesterday. Gets it through. Will challenge the boundary. Just a couple. Into his 6th over, Deepak Hooda.
Shai approaching his 21st half century in one-day internationals. And I listened to our previous commentators, Ian Bishop and Darren Sammy, speak about the need for him to increase the tempo to his batting, his strike rate and career strike rate to move upwards. And they were spot on, both himself, Kyle Mayers, Shamar Brooks. But I also would like to focus on the other players in this batting lineup. There's need for the other batsmen to convert their starts too. Think of Kyle Mayers, still quite young in his career. We'll talk about that in the next over. 20 overs gone, 113 for 1.
Good batting.
Yeah, and I did mention that there must be focus on the other batters outside of Shai in that top 5 for the West Indies. The probability of success for a team, or batting success, cannot be pegged to one individual. Shai, yes, of course, 12 one-day international centuries, but beyond him, I don't think anyone has more than 2. Quite a few of them will probably get at minimum 40 overs in a one-day international. This West Indian side, of course, without the services of Shimron Hetmeyer, who since 2019 would have played 27 matches. He's got 2 one-day international centuries. So too Evan Lewis, 22 matches since 2019, 2 centuries. So they don't have that experience and that type of conversion as well. It places a little more pressure on the likes of Brooks, Brandon King.
Shot. Really good shot against the spin, but very much in control. Shamar Brooks. And a much needed boundary.
Yeah, and also looking good. Another very good start for him, 34. And he will need to carry on, not just get to 50 and get out. That's also very crucial for the West Indies' batting success and ability to compete against top-ranked teams.
Wanted to have a short fine leg. Yuzvendra Chahal changed his mind, so 2 fielders backward of point. Well, that has now changed. Extra cover, catching. Partnerships so crucial, so key. West Indies had 117 runs, 2nd wicket partnership. Yes, in the last one international, and 3 50-run partnerships. Already started off this innings with 2 50-run partnerships, 65 for the first wicket, this one 56 and counting. Glorious from Shai A wonderful strike. Another 6 in the innings.
Signs of excellence being shown by Shai in what is a momentous occasion for him. Playing in a significant one-day international match in his career. Gets to his 21st. And will we see a conversion today?
Expensive over from Chahal. 14 runs in that over, 127 for 1.
Thank you.
So change the bowler.
Axar Patel back into the attack. He switched ends. Dhawan still maintaining that slip. Position himself there. 127 for 1 into the 22nd over. Darren Sammy, what are we to make of proceedings so far?
Oh, well done, Axar.
I think Phil Simmons would like that start, going at 6 runs and over. Just saw last over of Brooks and Shai.
Brilliant. Absolutely stunning from Shikhar Dhawan. Just talked about him maintaining himself in that slip position. And I wonder if it was a little bit of grip from Axar Patel.
You could see Shamar Brooks walking back, looking at the wicket, suggesting that ball had a hint of turn on it. Great catch by Shikhar Dhawan. Shamar Brooks gets another start. He passed for 45. West Indies 127 for 2.
Brandon King, half century in the first game here 2 days ago. Big breakthrough for India.
Maybe just a hint of turn, because you could see Axar Patel using the angle of the crease to deliver that ball.
Hold Axar. That's little.
Important breakthrough for Shikhar Dhawan. Brilliant piece of captaincy, I must say. You know, in a partnership where the runs are flowing, you tend to go on the defensive. But Shikhar kept himself at slip. Probably some of us might be wondering why. Ball hasn't been passing the bat, beating the bat. too often. Now he's applying some more pressure on Brendan King. You see a silly point coming in, trying 1 wicket, bring 2, and India is searching for another breakthrough.
Excellent captaincy, though. We don't see it often enough. Getting silly point, getting silly mid-off in, or short leg. Something I thought, even though Bangladesh won easily in Ghana, I thought conditions there facilitated for a silly point from Bangladesh. They didn't use it, and they still won. A wicket maiden. 127 for 2.
You know, he's just calling for Shakadawa and slip, and Shakadawa was a slip. Shakadawa with a short leg. I got a short leg, but he won't slip.
Shai Hopen 51. 100th ODI for him. Must admit, as I looked at that touchdown, that delivery in slow motion, I thought it might have been a back foot punch rather than a pull. I like the intensity with which Brooks and Hope and now Hope and King have run here.
Something I thought we didn't see enough of in the first ODI, but credit must go to Hope. Today he just has that intent in his approach. He played a forward defensive shot early up in his inning that went to mid-off, and immediately realizing mid-off was hanging back, called Mayers in for the single. And it's something you see Virat Kohli and these guys do early up in the inning, get their feet moving, looking to score. And looking to score doesn't necessarily mean boundaries, but you play the ball and you're not just dropping it and not looking for the single. Today Hope has shown that. And that wicket of Brooks came at a very crucial time, because I think with the attack on Chahal in the last over, you could sense that West Indies.
Not sure where that shot came from. An ugly shot, a surprising shot, but Chahal has his man.
Exactly what West Indies would not want. Wickets falling back to back. Brendan King going for that slog sweep. Eyes not really on the ball. Chahal, as you often gets the breakthrough. Brendan King departs without scoring. 130 for 3.
Captain Nicholas Puran. As critical to the innings for many reasons, at least because it's his club ground, his home ground, but being left-handed here as well. Very straight line.
Chahal, knowing that Brendan King is fresh to the wicket, throw that one up in the air with some flight. Ball bounce and turn. And the sweep shot was not a good option. You asked me the position of West Indies early on. And it's something I always tell my teammates when we were in the field. Whatever a team find itself, in a good position, just add 2 quick wickets to the score and ask yourself that same question. 23 overs gone, it's 141 for 3.
लाइन से रहता हूँ मतलब हल्का सा
Fascinating numbers for these slow bowling options. Rashid Khan, an outstanding modern day exponent of wrist spin. Ajanta Mendes, who we saw out here in the Caribbean, who Darren Sammy would have played against. Shakleen Mustak, going back a little bit further, and Yuzvendra Chahal, fourth on that list. Kuldeep Yadav recovering from injury. Adam Zampa still in the game. Adil Rashid plied his straight against South Africa earlier today. And it shows you the value of mystery spin or wrist spin. Short square leg. Man.
Captain Dhawan sensed this partnership would be very crucial. He's trying everything to get Nicholas Puran out early. He knows how crucial the wicket of Puran can be. That man under the bat will just keep Puran on his toes.
Ball is for 2, but it's only 1. I'm just thinking ahead as well, just from an observer's point of view, folks. Robin Powell has said that he has improved against spin, but I'm starting to think he hasn't gone as far as he would like. So he got out to Chahal the other day. 2 bowlers operating at the moment who take the ball generally away from the right-hander. If a mind is cast towards Akil Hussain. If.
Especially the left-right combination. It's getting your players in a situation that best suits them. And ideally, you'd want Nicholas and Shai to bat out till the 40th over at least. What a delivery by Axar, beating everybody. "24 overs gone, 145 for 3.
Go back to that last ball again. Where did it pitch? Did it pitch in those footmarks? Might have, you know, and just maybe natural variation. Axar Patel will know best. There's a little something to aim at, and what he didn't do against Kyle Mayers in the first game was bowl full enough and straight enough, and that's for then. Avesh Khan is back. I wonder if this is influenced a little bit by Puran's record against leg spin. That Chahel is out of the attack and a hit-the-deck bowler is back in. Oh, wonderfully glorious from Shai Hope.
Sometimes you just got to sit back and admire. Don't even say a word. This was one of those moments. Just admire this stroke from Shai Hope. Pure class.
Got to pull his length back. Again, good running.
Here's the package, 50 for Shai Hope. Always a joy to watch him play. He's timed the ball really well. Threaded the gaps, and this one, slog sweep over mid-wicket, brought up the 50. Remember, he's playing in his 100th ODI. Touch too early for that stroke from Nicholas. After losing 2 wickets, need to build a partnership. Shai Hope looks solid at the other end. Just be there at the end. That's what Nicholas Puran needs to do. Avesh hitting those good areas, and I like that. I like that. A word from the batter who's been there from ball one, going down to his captain, probably telling him, let's be a touch tighter. It's important that these two put on a partnership for West Indies. Powell has done well in the T20 format.
Good cricket. I just want to say good. I heard Puran talking admirably about showing fight and passion, but I broke that down to be more than that in order to succeed. I broke that down to mean what did the batting do well in the first game, and to a lesser extent in Ghana in the last game. Trust your defense and build an innings and graduate into it. Don't forget those principles. So fight is applicable and it's one thing, but how do you do it from a batting perspective? Build.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what Shai Hope has done, given West Indies a platform. Brendan King nor Brooks could have capitalized on.
.141 for 3. talked about matchups as well. Chahel out of the attack. I saw some numbers from our statistician, our analytics man, and he talked about Puran's average against leg spin being good, but against left arm orthodox not being as good as people think it is. And so Darren, you know this game very well as a player and someone who's also led franchises administratively and playing wise. Analytics are playing more and more of a significant part.
Oh yes, in Andy Flowers' first stint as the head coach of the St. Lucia Kings, as a captain in that 2020 season of CPL, the use of the data, it made my job so easier, knowing the information coming from the stats guy, the analytic guy. As you could see, some bounce and turn there. Just seeing the information being given, the data is backing it up. It was quite surprising for myself, because you watch the game and you think you know. Sometimes just the dimensions of the ground, you know how the wicket plays, how this batter has been out the last few innings. And I would never think Nicholas Puran starts against left arm spin is not as good as it is against left leg spin. But it shows you, when you see teams and captains and coaches plan, they have the data right there with them. And kudos to those guys. To have that information on hand is something that helps teams plan throughout. 26 overs gone. West Indies 145 for free.
A wicket apiece for the three spinners, Huda, Axar, Patel and Chahal. It's Avish Khan. We're talking about the intensity of the running and those little traits that need to be ingrained at the levels below young cricketers in here today, and the great privilege of interacting with the academy intake for the Cricket West Indies the other week. Guys like Ashmead Med and Joshua James, Leonardo Julian, all of those guys now in the academy for their first semester. And I can't tell you how impressed I am with those young men and what they are putting, the work they're putting in. The other piece of news that was brilliant coming through this week was all of them have taken a level 1 coaching course, which gives them a greater understanding of the fundamentals of coaching and the game. Congrats to Cricket West Indies and that academy intake. I'm looking forward to seeing all of those graduating to senior level.
It's definitely something you got to give credit to the West Indies. This is where the future lies, and if you could instill those disciplines, the basics of the game right there, so by the time they graduate to the senior level, you see them coming in to the international level ready and full of confidence. And I love the idea of that level 1 coaching. something way back in 2003-04 when I went to the MCC Young Cricketers. That was part of the program. You had to do a first aid course and your level 1. And then the following year you have to do your level 2. So it gives you a better understanding of the game. And these youngsters, when they go back home to their various clubs, they too could impact that knowledge at an early age to the other players. So great initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board. I'm tempted to ask you, Bish, what level coaching did you do?
Up to 2, level 2.
Level 2.
Level 2.
Yeah.
It's something I'd love to do more of, but to go to level 3 and level 4 takes weeks and lengths of time. Love knowledge.
Yeah. I like that about you.
Steady from Avish Khan, 148 for 3. Huda back into the attack. It's a good comeback by Axar Patel today too. I don't remember how many his first over went for, but 6 and 1 for 23 is solid. Huda in someone else's shirt, as you can see by the name Prasid Krishna. Prasid on the back, I should say.
Thank you. Axar, एक के लिए रहना. It's coming right arm round.
This is also an introduction to say, let's see if we can work out against Puran with theoretically the ball going away from him. Gripped in the surface there.
Yes, and Shai just going gingerly. As you look at the replay, Small hint of turn. She sensed the need to get things going. You know, and ideally you would want the matchup off spinner to right-hand batter. You'd favor your chances, but beware, the off spinner is bowling to the bigger end of the ground. So maybe it's a case of not taking on these fielders in the deep.
I wonder too if I could quickly just think, if you get to 30 overs, if you get to 30 overs and you're about that 160 without losing another wicket, and you're looking at overs 31 to 40 for what, another 6, let's say 6 and over, and you get to 220 and into the last 10.
Yes, into the last 10. Before, as we used to play, we used to back ourselves to get 80 to 90 runs with wickets in hand, with the power that we had in the lineup. West Indies have similar guys, Rahman Powell,
because they got 85 last game.
Romario Shepherd. So as this one beats the bat of Nicholas Puran, 28 overs, Huda doing a great job. It's 151 for 3.
Spin doing very well for India. Deepak Huda taking more of a leading role with the ball in this second one-day international. Just one over from Shardul Thakur. Axar Patel, also quite economical, just under 4.5 runs per over conceded. Got the wicket of Shamar Brooks. Axar Patel. Into the gap. Not quite sure if that went into the boundary line from the reaction. The field they indicated that not before. Umpires will check and confirm.
Yeah, he wouldn't be too sure, Shardul Thakur, because after he did this, he rolled and he wasn't looking at the ball, so he wouldn't be sure, but it clearly went onto the boundary rope, and so it's going to be a 4. And you can appreciate the fact that he himself wasn't too sure, Shardul Thakur.
More runs from Shai Hope. Did mention Shardul Thakur with just 1 over. It's a credit to Shikhar Dhawan. The very best of captains, they're able to assess their players' form and on-the-day form. He's been quite expensive throughout his career in terms of his runs per over conceded. But Shikhar Dhawan believes that his spinners should be given more weighting in the conditions here today. Not quite sure we'll see many more overs from Shardul Thakur.
And interestingly, Darren, they have a fast bowler on debut, Avish Khan, who himself has been quite expensive. 5 overs, none for 45. So if the West Indies can get themselves in a good position for that last 10, then somebody has to bowl.
Quite nifty from Nicholas Puran, who is skillful with his quick hands. Maneuvers his bat beautifully, Nicholas Puran. He might might have a similar skill, showing it with the flag. 29 gone, 157 for 3. Projected scores all in theory. Conditions, the deterioration of the ball, fall of wickets will influence the outcome.
We saw a similar trend in that first game, didn't we? That deceleration after a brisk start. You mentioned in that last over that assessment on the day. West Indies and the captain and vice captain out in the middle will be thinking about what is a good score, thinking about the bowlers to come and who they can target or who they should target. And Shai very well set, 91 deliveries, 71 he's got.
Great thing about Shai, every time he bats in a one-day international, you can tell that he's organized in his mind as to what he wants to do. He bats with a century as the outcome, which is a good goal. Of course, he has to focus on the process of getting there. But I'd like to see many more of the West Indian batters have that type of approach, maybe with a higher strike rate. Nicholas Pooran, for one, is quite capable of doing so. I mean, he bats quite low in this West Indian order. But maybe if Shimron Hetmyer gets back into this West Indies 11 in ODIs, might give Pooran an opportunity to focus more on constructing an innings that will produce more centuries in one-day international cricket. Another 4 for Shai. Real purpose in his efforts so far.
Yeah, they can't allow Huda to just bowl deliveries going for singles. When they get these types, they have to put it away, which is done quite well there, Shai. Short and skillfully played in the gap. Yeah, they've scored off every single delivery in this over. And such an important part of constructing a partnership, the rotation of strike.
I did mention Nicholas Pooran and his focus being, wanting to score runs, approaching his 50th one-day international. He's only got 100 in one-day internationals. So he has to improve that conversion. Just about 9 half centuries. 30 overs gone, 165 for 3. There's power and depth in this West Indian batting lineup. We saw that in the first one-day international. Great partnership between Shepherd and Akil Hussain.
And how they use this right hand, left hand at the crease is also very important. for the West Indies. Nicholas Pooran taking on more of Axar Patel. Shai taking on more of Deepak Huda. And making sure that there is benefit of having that partnership out there.
You make a great point, Samuel Badji. Both myself and Darren Sami reflected on that first one-day international and felt that Akeal Hussain should have come ahead of Rovman Paul to maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination. Minimal risks in playing that type of stroke, hitting with the turn. It's a shot he likes, Nicholas Pooran.
I mentioned that first ODI, Darren, that I came down to look at these two teams practice, and one of the things that they were talking about quite a lot, the West Indian batsman, was using the depth of the crease, playing the spinners as deep as possible.
Both players padded up, good sign. Both Rovman Paul and Akeal Hussain. Still to come.
And the occasional use of the feet, which throws off any spinner, because they make adjustments in their lengths, and then you can manipulate and maneuver the ball in the gaps. Excellent fielding, prevents the run. Just 2 runs from that over, 167 for 3.
Mario Shepherd had 40 off 25 in the last game. Rovman Paul, and he's had a low string of scores.
This spell from Deepak Huda, it's interesting. Is in his 9th over, 1 for 34.
Glorious from the captain. You can sense that he was searching for a boundary, didn't get it in the last over, but achieves his goal on this occasion.
And I was just going to say that you can't allow him to bowl 10 overs for under 50. He's gone up to 40 now in his 9th, so somebody has to take him on a little bit more. Nicholas Pooran, the left-hander, deciding to do that on that occasion.
Again, not being overawed with the ball theoretically spinning away from him as a left-hander. And that's because this pitch has played consistently in terms of bounce and turn. There's no exaggerated turn per se. Also familiar with the conditions here. This is his home club, Queen's Park Cricket Club. Would have batted in these conditions on countless occasions, Nicholas Pooran. Critical stage of the innings. These two, if they can bat straight into that last power play, it gives them a really good chance to explode at the end.
A 6 and a couple of singles, 8 runs off the over, 175 for 3.
Paul, he's impressed in T20 eyes. In one-day international's last 10 innings, he's produced 214 runs at an average of 21. Surely he'll want to build upon that. Last 6 innings, an average of 11. Only 66 runs for Rovman Paul, so he's due.
Shikhar Dhawan has called back into the attack his trump card, Yuzvendra Chahal, sensing that this partnership is blossoming quite well. 46 it's worth now. If Nicholas Pooran can be there anywhere up until the 45th over or so, West Indies can still target that 300-run mark. And Shai Hope will continue to do what he's doing. He himself will be looking to bat the entirety of the 50.
I tell you what, Nicholas Pooran will be thinking about managing risks against Yuzvendra Chahal. Won't want him to come on and straight away get a wicket, break this partnership. You can see a different intensity in the way Pooran is playing, recognizing the great threat that Chahal presents at this stage of the innings, and every time his captain gives him the ball.
Yep, it's about reading the game, isn't it? Understanding that this is the reason why he's been reintroduced, Yuzvendra Chahal, to get one of these two to break the partnership, and you counteract that as a batting unit by playing high percentage shots, just trying to rotate the strike. It doesn't matter if you only get 3 or 4 runs and over off Chahal, just don't give him any wickets, particularly now, and then maybe target from the other end. So you still look to hit the gaps, you still look to get the singles, but play your percentage shots.
Just the right amount of bat for Shai Hope to negate the appeal. 33 gone, 177 for 3. And we will have a Blue Waters drinks break. 177 for 3. This is how the innings have unfolded so far. Shai Hope playing in his 100th one-day international. He's shining brightly. 80 so far from 101, still there, eyeing up a 13th one-day international century. Nicholas Pooran, his captain, will provide that control to the innings, and there's depth in this West Indies batting lineup.
This is the first wicket to fall. Kalmia's a soft dismissal, simple catch, return catch to Deepak Hooda after he was very well set and gleefully accepted. And then Axar Patel produced a really good one to get rid of Shamar Brooks, another very well set batsman. Just seemed to have held a touch on the surface, and a good sharp catch by the captain Shikhar Dhawan. And Yuzvendra Chahal, very uncharacteristic shot from Brandon King. Not yet set, not yet understanding what the pitch has to offer, and played that type of stroke. He'll be very disappointed with that. And another catch in slip for Shikhar Dhawan, and another wicket for Yuzvendra Chahal.
Bowling-wise, Navish Khan on debut was quite expensive. His 5 overs going for 45. He was too full, way too short on occasions. Shardul Thakur also expensive in his solitary over. It's the spinners alongside Mohammad Siraj that really held their own and kept India in the second contest. Wicket apiece for all the spinners. Back live as we get set for the remaining overs in this innings. Shikhar Dhawan will expect a similar effort from Mohammad Siraj, similar to what we saw in that first one-day international. Was the leading bowler in terms of the seamers for India. Very much the same today. Very hot conditions here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, at the Queen's Park Oval. A good crowd in. Haven't experienced this type of ambience in recent times, of course, during the pandemic. Cricket was played spectatorless at the grounds.
Another crucial phase of the innings, 17 overs remaining, 177 on the board. Siraj was quite good in his first spell. And of course, Nicholas Pooran and Shai Hope will have small targets at the back of their minds. How many they want to be at in the next 2 or 3 overs, and then after 40, where they'll be ideally suited to launch for the last 10. Slight delay as there's a change in gloves for Shai Hope here. It should have been done during the break, a little bit belatedly from Shai and Kimo Paul. But after that 40th over mark, if they can have these 7 wickets remaining with these 2 at the crease, then there can be a bit of an explosion. Hopefully not an implosion, if you're a West Indian fan.
Beautiful running. Nicholas Pooran, always very intense when he comes to the crease. Built a reputation for himself in the shortest format of the game, for finishing the innings. Thinks of himself as a match winner, someone who can assess the situation and play accordingly. He has the self-confidence to play his shots as well. Still very much learning the balance between his role as a batsman and that as a captain. Taking over, of course, from Karen Pollard. Another very good single. Plays the game in the right spirit, Nicholas Pooran. Just 26 years of age and came through a lot of trials and tribulations before he was able to realize his true potential as a player. Of course, got into that accident which gave him the scare of his life. Again, the use of the short delivery to Shai, despite him being well set on 80, now moving to 81. Still that urge to get Shai out because they know he is the glue in this West Indian batting lineup. You get Shai out, you expose another player to this pitch and conditions. Can really get into this West Indian batting lineup and restrict them.
Mohammad Siraj brought back into the attack, got Nicholas Pooran in that first game at a very critical juncture, trying to go over mid-on, only as far as finding the fielder. And as is always the case, whenever Nicholas Pooran departs, it's a big blow to the West Indian batting cause.
That's overboard.
34 overs gone, 182 for 3. Where will they finish? The West Indies batting first in this second one-day international. Make your pick. Chahal to continue. Might have been a bit of bat on that one. No wide signal. Attempting the fine sweep, Nicholas Pooran. Let's have a look. In the glove and out of the wicketkeeper's glove. Pooran goes high and goes long. Nice looking stroke down the ground.
Shows the power of the man, not really to the pitch of that delivery. Chahal pulled his length back, but still manages to get enough of it. Went straight, which is always a good option. 77-meter hit. And that's the 4th 6 of the innings for the West Indies. Critical phase. This is a critical phase in the game.
Did speak about the threat that Chahal presents. Players like Nicholas Pooran, who can attack, as good a bowler as Chahal, puts a lot of pressure on the likes of Shikhar Dhawan, the fielding team, because he has to probably turn to another option. He has to start thinking about what contingencies he might want to use in the circumstances. That's if this attack continues.
We saw the average spin in terms of degrees from the Indian spinners so far. Chahal way ahead of the rest. Seen 2 overs in this inning so far, DG, where there's been a boundary and 5 dot balls. A couple overs with a boundary and maybe 1 single. Whenever you get that boundary or that 6 in this case, you need to make it a 10-run over or a 9-run over. Gets it in the gap. So this will help.
Read the googly, Nicholas Pooran. There was an intentional opening of the blade to squeeze it through that cover point region. Helps when you can read the variations of the fingers of the spinner. Back of the palm being shown. That's a sign that the wrong one is coming your way. Nine runs from the over. Good one for the West Indies. 191 for 3.
Thank you.
West Indian dressing room will know there's still work for Pooran to do. And the reason I'm saying that is that India are on the hunt for a breakthrough of 2 set batsmen before they enter the final 10 overs of this contest. Darren Sammy alongside me. So that's what India are hunting for, and why Pooran and Shai hope, but Pooran in particular, because of his power, has to be thinking last 10.
If they could just bat out or be there in the last 10 overs of the game, we know with Rovman Powell, Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain, these are all guys that could score freely. And West Indies would back themselves with wickets in hand to go at least 8, 7, 8, 9 runs and over in the last 10. And especially that man Pooran, he could change the course of this match within 3, 4 overs. The power he possessed and the ease at which he could clear the boundaries. This next block of 5 overs will be very crucial to West Indies getting that mammoth total of at least 290 plus.
Shikhar Dhawan very aware of that, and Siraj understands it as well. that short point.
And Shiraz, as he did in his second spell in the first game, operating on that wide line to the left-hander. Obviously, the offside to the left-hander is the bigger end of the boundary. Puran has to be careful.
.194 for 3. Shepherd, Akil Hussein, not necessarily in that order, followed by Joseph. Hayden Walsh, who's in for the left-arm spinner today because Gudakesh Multi fractured his finger in trying to take a catch in the first game. Possibly looking at another 2 overs from Chahal here at worst.
I think Shikhar Dhawan would really love to hold Chahal back for a couple overs in the last 10 where another fielder can go outside the inner circle. The likes of Powell, Mario Shepherd, the extra protection would be good for the leg spinner. That one wants that wicket before the last 10 overs, and every time he's brought on Chahal, it's been to get wickets. You see he's put in a slip, even though Shai Hope has been batting from ball 1.
Good hand on that from Shardul Thakur. Characteristic that Shardul has also only bowled a solitary over. That's a shot born out of familiarity with each other, but also those numbers that we talked about. Puran to leg spin, he averages 70 against leg spin, 23 against left arm orthodox. It's not that leg spin cannot get him out, and not that it hasn't. Offside field, watch for that slow loopy one outside the off stump.
That's good cricket from Shai, especially knowing all what you just spoke of. Nicholas Puran, when facing leg spin, try to give him most of the strike.
Don't get sucked in, that's the only thing. Because he backs himself, he will tell you, once it's in my zone, that's my matchup. That's what the modern player would say. This is my matchup. You can see Chahal looking into the footmarks. Big side, leg side, remember.
Slow, loopy outside the off stump.
198 for 3.
That's middle. Gotta change the ball out.
Partnership of 68 so far between Hope and Puran. Captain and vice captain, and here comes that man Shadul Thakur. Only a solitary over so far, but again, always beware of his ability to create an opportunity.
Four fielders outside the circle at this point. Pressure would be on Shadul to keep Nicholas Puran. Just play and miss. It seems like the West Indies batters, you know, every time Shadul come to bowl is to put pressure on him. You could see just operating. Oh, it's a no ball. That's not what you want to do when Nicholas Puran is on strike.
One Shadow will go full and wide, or try to go full and wide of off stump. Go short, surprising. Good. Gets away with the dot. .200 comes up for the West Indies, Darren, and Shai Hope has gone to his second highest score in ODIs at home. Only previous score higher was 110, which is his only ODI 100 at home against Sri Lanka last year.
The Statsman again. I would have thought you would have played just as well as home as overseas. I wonder what contributes to that.
Shai averages 60 and more away from the Caribbean, over 60 average away from the Caribbean, and before this game 32 in the Caribbean, so almost, well, just half of his overseas average here. In addition to that, 12 ODI hundreds, 11 overseas, only 1 in the Caribbean.
Clearly, you rather plays overseas. Well, today he could add 100 number 2. It will put West Indies in a good position once these two bat through to at least 43rd over. Nicholas Puran having get that start just like Shema Brooks and Kyle Mayers, it's important that he capitalize on that start. Shai Hope has gotten himself to 86. If Puran bats out the remainder of these overs, you will see a big 100 from him.
Only 3, in fact 4 off the over. 202 for 3.
Front foot check. Thanks.
Shai Hope on 86, Nicholas Baran 37, 202 for 3. And every West Indian should now shudder because our production crew are instigating something which I don't want to comment on.
Don't do it, Bish. Just allow the viewers to see it on the screen and do not say anything. That's my advice to you. Tempted?
Might be a case, if nothing happens, that they could pull Chahal out for a little bit after this over, if nothing happens.
Puran taking the guard to middle stump, trying to cover that outside the off-stump line. Chahal is looking to use.
Clears the big side of the ground. Oftentimes he sees this as his matchup and acquits himself well on this occasion.
Using his feet and backing himself to clear the boundary. We all know he favors leg spin. West Indies captain helps himself to another 6. And his local supporters, they are happy. Imagine if he gets going, his quince back over will be so noisy. Chahal is a cunning bowler, very experienced. He will keep finding ways to deceive Puran.
Six more.
Chahal would have thought he deceived him in the flight. Puran fetching that one from wide outside the off stump. And just hitting this one over, long off. For a minute.
closed out the over there. He closed out. You could tell with that shot there he wanted to close out the over. So it's another half century for the West Indies captain. His second of this season here in the Caribbean. 216 for 3. Nicholas Puran got that half century against Bangladesh in the third one-day international. Century in front of his home crowd and his club facility. Over number 40. Tucker again on that wide line. 10th half century in ODIs for Nicholas Puran.
And it seems to be the basic plan for the Indian seamers against the left-handers. Got that strike rate of Nicholas Puran. If he stays, we in for a wonderful trade.
Yeah, he has he's done a job, Nicholas Puran, but he has now, because the strike rate is only 82 in comparison to what he usually does, he will look now to say, okay, I've got a 50, but my strike rate is 82, so I need to build that up if I'm allowed to before I depart. Maybe get it into the 90s or even beyond. That will be the ideal for him. Whether India allow it, time will tell.
This is what Nicholas Puran has done. Get himself up to 50 for maximums. This one brought up his 50. West Indies captain doing the job. This is where you would hope that Shai accelerates. He's been there.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
As he's been there from ball one, has the best measure of the wicket. And that's where the likes of Nicholas Puran and the Johnny Bestos and all these other players, the ability to carry on and up the tempo of the batting. But at the moment, he has Nicholas Puran at the other end, which he knows could propel the run rate. So maybe he's just looking to operate in singles. But at one point in time, in order for the team to maximize that start they have, he also needs to show that intent to try and get the boundaries as well. Lucky
to get away with that shot. Old Tucker with 2 men short behind point. 2:18 for 3. So if we take our viewers back to maybe about an hour ago, Darren, we talked about getting to around that 220 mark with 10 overs to go. So the game now, the innings I should say, in balance. Axar, Patel back into the attack. Extra fielder now has gone out of that inner circle. 5 outside.
It would be interesting to see how Puran takes on this point of the game. Do you go early in the first 10 overs, last 10 overs? Or do you still take it around, knowing that you have Rovman Powell and Romario Shepherd in the shade? Some cushion. He's seeing the ball well.
A lot of height on it. Might be distance as well. Yes, another 6. He's going early, Darren Sammy.
Indeed. I know it would have been a gamble for Shikadawan. There's a difference when a left-hander is looking to get the singles and get off strike to a left-arm orthodox. When somebody of the class of Puran decides to attack you, there's not much you could do.
Early boundary. As Axar Patel approaches, does he go into his legs or wide of off stump? Yeah, keeps it much closer to him.
And also that's good cricket from Nicholas Puran. Got the 6, get off strike. He's thinking, I got to bat deep. I got to take this partnership. Keep Powell and co probably with 6 overs left, where they could come in and just be free. And we've seen how Powell bat in T20 cricket. Or why not bat all the overs? If he does that, West Indies will get that 80-90 runs that we used to do back then in the last 10 overs.
I think Shai Hope has to. Run rate his strike rate is dropping. So I'm not saying be stupid, but I think he's got to try to tick on a little bit more now. .226 for 3.
Partnerships for the West Indies. 65, 62, and this one 96 from 110 really stands out. And West Indies in a good position after 41. Nicholas Puran accelerating at the right time. He's very well set. Shai Hope sort of decelerated in the back half of his innings. Very close to that landmark in his 100th one-day international. Shardul Thakur, as he's done so often, is looking to get a vital breakthrough, to get a new batsman in at this stage. With the pitch wearing, the ball softer, it's going to be difficult for someone to just walk out and smash it from ball one. Hence the importance of these two batting a little bit further.
Still pushing Nicholas Puran. Again, what's impressive about his innings is that ability to hit sixes. 5 sixes so far for the West Indian captain. He's a small man, short man, but he packs a punch. Another asset that he has as a batsman in the wide ball format. And he hasn't played Test match cricket.
Well timed. Just a single, but good running. They converted that single into 2. A little bit of a slip from Shreyas Iyer allowed them to come back for that double. Moves into the 90s now. Shai Hope, the partnership 99. At the moment he walked out to bat this morning, you saw his demeanor, Shai Hope. Very well switched on. And at the end of the game, we'll be better able to determine how well he's actually paced this innings. 120 deliveries he's faced for his 91. We understand that he is the glue, the anchor in this batting lineup. Should he have gone a little bit earlier, or is he doing what is required? Time will tell when India bat.
'100 partnership between these two, the first century-run partnership in innings for the West Indies. They've taken control of this innings. Shai Hope, Nicholas Puran. I'm sure both players would have communicated exactly what they wanted to achieve. They're at the moment doing exactly what the West Indies requires.
.231 for 3. Brandon King, the only batsman not to make use of this surface. All the others getting really good starts. And this partnership, 101. Bowling for India, the spinners, the 3 spinners, picking a wicket each. Nothing yet for the seamers. Remember, one of those seamers is on debut, Avish Khan, and he is now reintroduced into the attack from the Jerry Gomez, media center end. We'll be running into a well-set Nicholas Puran. Straight down the ground, not hit as well as he would have liked. So just a single.
He was aiming squarer, Nicholas Puran. And looked like he was aiming to go back past the bowler. Again, the search for an early boundary in the over.
Inches closer to that milestone, Shai Hope. Change of angle for Avish Khan, goes round the wicket now. Fine leg and third man both in the inner circle. Helped. Just uses the pace of that one, Nicholas Puran, and gets himself another 6, much to the delight of the fans.
This is where he's so good. He's built a reputation for finishing an innings and doing so in quick time. The awareness as to where the fielders are. There's no deep, fine leg. So he goes low and he helps the ball in that direction all the way for 6. It's a courageous shot.
You're just using the angle and the pace from Avish Khan. Same field. No offside this time, but finds the fielder.
Nicholas Puran comfortable with that role of stroking boundaries at this stage of the innings, recognizing the importance of Shai Hope and him reaching that significant landmark of a century in his 100th one-day international. I'm sure it will please him as captain for Hope to achieve that feat.
Good slow bouncer from Avish Khan. Made the adjustment in the field prior to that delivery, sent the fine leg back in the boundary, but into the surface slow ball. Glad you mentioned that milestone, Darren, and the importance of it, but in the context of this game, I just wonder if he's taken too long to get there. 43 gone, 240 for 3. Few expensive overs throughout the course of this innings from India, and not the wickets at regular intervals, which means that the West Indies are very well poised at 240 for 3, 7 overs remaining. If they can get 10 runs and over, that will carry them past that 300-run mark, which I suspect might be challenging in conditions out in the Queen's Park Oval, which is slowing down quite a bit. Mario Shepherd, Rovman Powell, the 2 batsmen in next.
22 runs achieved from the first 3 overs in this last power play. The West Indies achieved 86 runs in the last 10 overs in that first one-day international. So is that a guide? Is that a benchmark? India, on the other hand, in their last 5 in the first one-day international, just got a run a ball, 60 runs. So I'm sure Nicholas Pooran will try to get beyond that run a ball in this phase of the innings. At minimum, will require 1 boundary per over.
Looking for 2. Misfield allows them to get 2 once again. And the fact that Nicholas Pooran is out there just skewed the plans of Shikhar Dhawan a touch. Yuzvendra Chahal only bowling 8 overs so far. And once the left-handed Pooran is out there, you wouldn't expect to see him at this stage. Spoken about the inexperience of this Indian bowling attack in international cricket. Did well in the first game under pressure. Under pressure here again.
No wide signal. Delayed. And the signal comes. Just to continue on that point you're making about Nicholas Pooran and his impact out in the middle. What he's done, he's pushed Yuzvendra Chahal from being reintroduced, still with 2 overs remaining. Shikhar Dhawan is reluctant to continue.
In the gap, just made that shot by moving across to the offside, Nicholas Pooran, and got enough bat on it. This is excellent batting.
Cross-seam delivery. He can be risk tolerant at this stage of the innings. He was on the stump, but Nicholas Pooran playing across the line, taking the risk, getting a good result for him and his team.
Shardul Thakur continues to be expensive in one-day international cricket. Fine leg remains in the circle, so has to be accurate in his line. Clean him up. Bowl him around his legs. Shardul Thakur, and this is what he does so well. Even though he's expensive, he gets crucial wickets at crucial times, and this is a big blow.
I didn't mention the risk the last time Pooran attempted to flick the ball. Just moved a little too much offside. I didn't allow him to have that reach to get bat on ball. The thinking was right, but he wasn't able to execute. A good partnership comes to an end. One that produced 117. Pooran gone for a well-played 74. 247 for 4 now.
Batsman for the West Indies, Rovman Powell, has been struggling in one-day international cricket, but has been superb in T20 internationals and T20 in general, and this situation can be likened to one of those games. Just trying to replicate the shot from the previous delivery. Nicholas Pooran just needed some bat on it, missed it completely, but Shardul Thakur didn't miss.
Also underscores the importance of bowling straight at this stage of the innings as a bowler.
Government, right arm over. 2 deliveries remaining in this one.
Very unlike Mohammad Siraj. Doesn't rely solely on his Yorkers at this stage, Shardul Thakur.
Fine leg and third on the boundary, mid-off in position. So the length has to be back. Gets off the mark immediately, Rovman Powell. And gives the strike to Shai, who now has to take on that mantle of scoring and scoring quickly. And yes, he's close to that landmark, but has to look at the bigger picture and continue with this propulsion that Nicholas Pooran gave the innings.
Last 19 deliveries or so, he's just produced 13 runs, thereabouts. .249 for 4.
Pleasing scorecard if you're a West Indian supporter, West Indian fan. From a batting standpoint. And just as we suspected, the reintroduction of this man, Yuzvendra Chahal, 2 right-handers at the crease. Nicholas Pooran has now departed, so Shikhar Dhawan has that luxury. Has protection in the deep. Chahal, he's such a courageous bowler. He'll still try to flight the ball, adjust his line so that the batsman will have to reach it. Got Rovman Powell dismissed in the first ODI caught in slip. He's asking for a slip now, isn't he? I think he might be. So that dismissal is fresh in his mind. It will be fresh on the mind of Rovman Powell as well. And keep talking about his attacking nature, his attacking instinct, Yuzvendra Chahal.
We'll just wait for that flighted delivery wide off, outside the off stump. He'll set it up. Gone straight. First up to Rovman Powell. There it is. A little too wide on that occasion from Chahal. Might be worthwhile for Rovman Powell to bat with an off-stump guard. Just get a little bit closer. And that flighted delivery that he has.
Yeah, at worst, he should get the strike back to Shai. Minimize the dot deliveries. Not many remaining in the innings. Down the ground, Shai brings up a wonderful century, a historic century in his 100th one-day international. The 4th West Indian to do so. What a knock it has been from this young man. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant.
Excellence personified. You could sense that he was destined for greatness today. with the way he started his innings and the manner in which he played. And it's the icing on the cake for the right-hander from Barbados, who again reinforces his class in this format of the game and bringing up his 13th one-day international century.
Look at that. Consecutive sixes. That's the wide delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal. Gets a lot of bat on that one.
Again, showing his skill. Not an easy stroke to play. To a wrist spinner of the quality of Yuzvendra Chahal. Plays it to perfection. Shai Hope.
Third series in 4 that he's gotten a century. Shai Hope got one against the Netherlands in the first game. Got one against Pakistan in the first game. Uncharacteristically quiet against Bangladesh in the previous series. But you can't keep this man down for long. Tremendous record in one-day international cricket for Shai Hope. 100 matches, 13 centuries. And look at that average, above 50.
Joins a decorated list of players to score a century on the 100th one-day international played. Gordon Greenwich, also of Barbados, first West Indian to do so, to be followed by Christopher Henry Gale and Ramnaresh Sawan. And now Shai Hope joins that list. Shikhar Dhawan, as was mentioned earlier, the first Indian to do so.
Two sixes of the last 2 balls. Anticlimactic end to the over. A dot with 45 gone. 264 for 4. Unbeaten 107 from Shai Hope. The highest score in the 100th. One international 132 from Chris Gale, unbeaten. And Shai Hope has a real possibility of going past that and owning another record. Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. Demonstrated the ability to bowl and to nail those Yorkers in the death in game 1. Sends the third back on the boundary. Fine leg remains in the inner circle. So a cluster of boundaries going in that direction in game 1. Rovman Powell, new to the crease, just the 3 deliveries for him. It's difficult. It's a difficult surface to come and blast from ball 1. They've made another adjustment and field. Fine leg goes back.
Not a bad way to get himself in. Rovman Paul just in the strike over to the well-set Shai Hope. And he's got a different gear to his batting. No debate about that. He has his process and method of scoring runs consistently. And that to me is first priority for the West Indies. Consistency at the top of the innings, that is what he has brought. Yep, he's spoken a lot about what he can improve on. And he's been a real gem for this West Indian side in this format.
There's a real possibility now of him getting that strike rate closer to 100. Shai hope still some 4 deliveries remaining, and if he can get a few boundaries away, then he can do just that. West Indies on the cusp of getting to 300, but they'll need to bat well in the remaining overs to get there. Maybe 315. That's down the leg side, wayward from Mohamed Siraj. Gets some bat on it. Roughman Powell enough to get a boundary.
A neat little flick. Mohamed Siraj attempting the Yorker, going full and wide down the leg side. The execution wasn't right, but the thinking was good on that occasion.
That boundary gets him on his way, Roughman Powell. That's a line that he would be looking to attack. Has 4 boundary riders on the leg side. Mohamed Siraj long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg. Of course, Roughman Powell will also be hitting towards the bigger half of the ground. Something that Shikhar Dhawan spoke of. He'll come through for a bye. We'll just have to wait to see if it's wide as well. Just a bye.
Strategy being built on the dimensions of the ground here at the Queen's Park Oval. Something that we witness in the modern game, especially in white ball cricket. Mohamed Siraj using the option of attacking Yorkers as against defensive Yorkers wide outside the off. His feel doesn't suggest that he'll go that way. Might just want to take pace off the ball when he's bowling that outside off stump line. And attacking full and straight.
272 for 4. Remaining. West Indies, their captain Nicholas Puran won the toss earlier today and decided that he wanted to take first strike, and so far his batsmen have responded. Changing ends for Shardul Thakur from the Jerry Gomez media center end. Has a deep backward square and long on the one side as his boundary riders. Third, very wide third, sweeper and long off.
And with the bigger half being offside, that should be the line from Thakur.
Shai was aiming to go much finer than that. Opened the face of the bat deliberately. Didn't get it as fine as he would have liked.
And if you wonder what a captain will be thinking at this stage, if you're fielding, it has to be about restricting boundary scoring. And that's why he's reducing the probability of conceding a boundary. Shikadawan, again, an adjustment in the field. Might want to go a little bit straighter to Rovman Powell. Deep point comes into the 30-yard circle.
Down the ground. Does he get enough? Yes, he does. Rovman Powell, powerful Powell. Pummels that one down the ground.
Not the length you want to be bowling at this stage of the innings. And with pace on the ball, makes it easier for Rovman Powell to swing through the line. He's very, very powerful. Powell power.
That has prompted an adjustment in the field. A deep backward square in the inner circle. Deep point in position outside off stump line. That certainly saved 4. That was again powerfully struck. But too straight from Powell. If anything, too straight.
It saved Joel Wilson as well. I'd love to see the reaction of umpire Joel Wilson. We might see the funny side of it, but he was in danger of being struck by that ball.
Rovman Powell might just predict that line and get closer to off stump based on this field. Yeah, he does. He goes outside off stump. The bowler goes even wider. Signal a wide.
Good work again from Sanju Samson, the wicketkeeper, saving a few runs for his team. And Shikha knows that Shardul Thakur is not as accurate as Mohammad Siraj, so he's giving a little more balance to his field setting, so he has a few more options than Mohammad Siraj. Shardul Thakur.
Smashed straight to the fielder, Shreyas Iyer. Didn't have to move much and completes the catch. A few meters right or left, and that would have been a flat 6 in the end. It's a wicket.
It looked quite easy, but that's a difficult chance taken. Shreyas Iyer didn't look panicked. Was able to hold on. It was struck powerfully off the middle of the bat of Rovman Powell and raced into the hands of Shreyas Iyer. Fielding again, excellence in the field on show. Powell goes for 13, 280 for 5.
New batsman for the West Indies, Romario Shepherd, almost the hero in game 1. Wonderful striking from him to almost take West Indies over the line. This was traveling at knots. Couldn't get the elevation that he was looking for because of the length of the delivery, and so allowed Shreyas Iyer to take the catch and just silencing the crowd.
.62 already from 6.4 overs in this, the last power play.
Well, that will be 4. Did really well there. Romario Shepherd had to wait. It was a slower delivery. And even though it's the first ball that he's faced, delayed the stroke to get it in the gap.
Seems as though he's just continuing his innings from the last one-day international. Shepherd 40 from 25 in that first game. An unbeaten innings, and straight away he gets a 4.
Better from Shadow. That's more of the length that he'll be looking for on a more consistent basis. 285 for 5. Final 3 overs remaining, 285 for 5. Mohamed Siraj with a couple overs remaining. Mario Shepherd, 2 deliveries he's faced so far. But back in the heat of the battle. Doesn't get the gap, gets the single. Darren, what do you make of this score at this stage, and where would West Indies like to be?
Certainly a good score, a good position for the West Indies to go beyond 300. Remember, India got 308 in that first one-day international, so you want to try to get an unassailable total batting first. No scoreboard pressure this time for the West Indies. They got over 300 against Pakistan recently, and that was not enough, so that will be on their minds.
And one of the few occasions that they batted through the entirety of their 50 overs batting first, or something that Nicholas Pooran and Coach Phil Simmons have spoken a lot about. So they've checked that box, or they will check that box at the end of this 50, and then the onus will be on the bowlers to try to defend whatever total they get. Hayden Walsh Jr., remember, into the team. No Gudakesh Moti today. Does he find the gap? Yes, he does. Power from Shepherd, a strongly built man, and he's showing how strong he really is.
Indeed, Guyanese power. Young all-rounder. Every opportunity he's gotten, he's impressed. Of course, brought into the side as a replacement for Jason Holder, and making his mark. Making his mark in this series.
You're just questioning the height of that one, Romario Shepherd. Not deemed high enough to be called a wide. One of the things that he can do or should do, Romario Shepherd, is also glean from what these bowlers are doing in this phase and see what's successful. Just like that. So when he's given the opportunity, he'll have an idea of what he can utilize.
Mohamed Siraj changing his initial plan. Saw that front leg from Romario Shepherd being cleared. Didn't go straight, went wide of the off stump. That's brilliant from the Indian right-hand pacer. That's no easy feat to do whilst you're in your run-up phase of your particular delivery.
In the gap once again. Will get a couple. .48 overs gone, 293 for 5. Everyone getting into double figures apart from Brandon King. Triple figures for Shai Hope. 1-1-1. Not out. Just over Shikadawan. Full delivery from Thakur.
Very strong through that offside. Shai Hope. Just the right elevation to go past Shikadawan. Mario Shepherd favors the onside.
He predicted the line and was looking to go leg side. But again, the length doesn't allow him to get any sort of elevation. So 2 good balls in the over so far. Where can they find a possible boundary, the West Indies? What will Shai Hope be thinking? He's looking behind square on the leg side. There's a short third, very fine, and a deep point, so there's a possibility there as well. Three really good deliveries from Thakur.
Shepherd must also give himself the option of hitting offside. You don't want to be one-dimensional in your approach to run scoring at this stage of the innings. Sure, Thakur is going to go outside the off stump with his line, or straight. No, goes straight. So that shimmy offside. Did he get home? We will have to check. Umpire Joel Wilson goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have our umpire's review for run out at the bowler's end. Have your best side on angle, please. Keep rolling, ball is in hands. Keep rolling. Batter short of the ground. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Wicket is broken. Batter's on the line. You have another angle. Can I see a front on? Not want to see the bails were completely removed from the groove. Okay, waiting for a front on or a split screen. Yes, waiting. Yes, come front on. Bat is grounded. Yeah, you have a split screen so I can see the crease and the wicket at the same time. A split screen. Okay. Okay, wait on the split screen. Okay. Yeah, just keep rocking and roll that for me in the meanwhile. Bat is on the line, the wicket is broken. Okay, the split screen would confirm whether the bat was grounded behind the crease when the wicket was broken. Wait on the split screen still. Yes, split screen coming up now. Bat is on the line. Keep rolling. Next frame. Yes, I'm satisfied. The batter has made his ground. Okay, my decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat, not out.
Just await confirmation of that decision. Not out. And the wide, so that's a couple runs added to the score. 298 now, the West Indies. They'll look for 2. And they'll get to the 300. Comes up for the West Indies, and the 49's over.
Back-to-back scores of 300 for the West Indies in ODIs. A lot of mention was made of the inconsistency in the West Indies batting lineup in one-day cricket in the last series. Drastic change.
In there, Fielder gets under it and takes the catch. Axar Patel completes a relatively simple catch. And Shai will have to depart by just having a check maybe for the front foot no ball. So there may be a glimmer of hope for Shai. But in any event, it has been a wonderful, historic and memorable knock from the West Indian vice-captain and opening batsman, getting himself a century in his 100th one-day international.
It's his second one-day international century at home in the Caribbean, a significant one. He'll remember this innings and this moment for a long time in his career. Very well played, Shai. What a moment for all West Indian fans. 300 for 6.
Shai, the man who continues to get wickets, picks up 3. 49 overs gone, 301 for 6. Shai, highest score in ODIs in the West Indies, 115. Nicholas Puran in 74, that 100-run partnership and some useful partnerships along the way meant that West Indies are over that 300-run mark. So 3 successive innings at the Queen's Park Oval have all yielded over 300 runs. And it would mean that India would need to continue that trend for 4 successive over 300-run innings to win and to chase down this total.
Well, India has won 12 one-day international matches here at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, it's been a good hunting ground for them as a team. Bowling skill on show from Shardul Thakur. Slower bouncer using the surface to give himself another dot delivery. And these are quite precious at this stage of the innings.
Mario Shepherd turned down that single of the first ball. Chance for wide. He takes it this time, so it'll be 2 wides. Hussain will be on strike. Very familiar with the conditions here. Plays at this ground. Had a good score in the first one-day international as well, Akil Hussain. But they need a couple boundaries in these remaining 5 balls. Can they find any of those anywhere? Anywhere would do. Get past that 310-run mark.
You got 12 off the last over in that first one-day international, attempting to achieve 15 for a West Indian win. They have theoretically 5 legal deliveries to capitalize on. Akil Hussein, Romario Shepherd, not easy to get going straight away.
Well, they get the single, a bit untidy. Sanju Samson was anticipating that they'd run through, but he gave an awkward throw to Mohamed Siraj. Neither full nor short enough for him to collect on the first bounce. In the end, he fumbled, and it means that Romario Shepherd gets back the strike.
We can all laugh about it. So a little smile from Sanju Samson. Harmless return to the bowler. Produces a single for the West Indies.
Makes another stop. This one is reminiscent of that first ODI where he saved the boundary. Would have been 5 wides. This time it might not have been wide because it isn't called. But good bit of work. He's smiling.
Started the over with a fine leg, deep fine leg, so crucial for that type of situation.
Really good delivery, really top delivery from Mohamed Siraj.
Yeah, and he could have a smile with his teammate Sanju Samson, because the throw from the wicketkeeper to the bowler was a clean one into the hands of the bowler. No fumble this time around. Yep, gets it right. Catch it, please catch it.
All smiles out in the middle. But take nothing away from those deliveries from Mohamed Siraj. At good pace. This one is swung away. Akil Hussein gets the 6. What a shot. A timely blow.
Don't underestimate Akil Hussein. He can hit a long ball. We've seen that a few times in one-day internationals in T20 cricket. And he shows it on this occasion, using the pace and his strong wrists, leg side. Yeah, the fans, the local fans, they love it.
Well, it's the highest score of the series so far. West Indies getting past that 308, 311 now. One delivery remaining, final delivery in the first innings. A swing and a miss, and it didn't run through. I don't know why they didn't run through. Always run through on the final delivery. You never know what panic can set in. 311 and for 6 in the end is what the West Indies will get. It's the first time in the last 6 one-day internationals batting first that they've batted through the entirety of 50 overs. That's taken into account a full complement of 50 overs. Oftentimes we've spoken about the start in any form of cricket, but more so when you're chasing a target of over 300. First ball. Sorry, Joseph straight away, 140 kph. It was a bit expensive in that first spell in game 1. First 3 overs cost him some 25 runs. He was looking for swing and understandably pitching the ball a little bit fuller. Tried a few short deliveries that didn't work on that day. Hayden Walsh Jr. into the team at the expense of the injured Gulekesh Moti. So a bit of a surprise for him, not initially in the squad, but was a reserve, so he has an opportunity. Have to be ready at this level for every opportunity that comes your way.
He's going to refer to that man there at short point, went straight to him for that punch from Dawan that can go in the air. Shamar Brooks. It's a strong area for Shikadawan, square of the wicket, but it has also at times led to his downfall. You need to get hardship money for feeling that close at point. Very good. Hayden Walsh Jr., it's an aspect of the West Indies game in the first ODI that was excellent. He adds to it.
Yeah, one of the best in the region, if not the best, Hayden Walsh Jr. So having him in the field will bolster that reputation. What Nicholas Pooran has done as well is that the third, he's having position quite fine. For that short delivery, if Alzari Joseph decides to bowl it, he guides it down to that region in the air. And this has been a contrasting start from Alzari Joseph. 5 dots. Can he finish the over off well?
Maiden over to begin. James Seals in the initial stages of his international career. Made his test debut last year. An equally talented young man, just a touch older, Shubman Gill.
First delivery in that first game, he got off the mark with a glorious drive. So fluent through the offside, Shubman Gill. Nicholas Pooran and his bowlers would have identified that, and I'm sure sitting and planning for this game, we'll talk about the lines and the lengths that they want to bowl to him.
Crucial for any seam bowler in these conditions. You have to make an early assessment as to whether there's any swing or lateral movement, and then shift your length accordingly.
I think if they can ensure that this first power play is a quiet one from India, and just send up that required rate through the middle overs, will put them under some pressure. Good running. Hallmark of that first game with these two excellent runners between the wicket. India off the mark.
another couple of runs.
But you can see already the concerted effort to bowl that straighter line to Shubman Gill. That brings about a change in the field, so the slip goes to backward square. No one in a catching position in the second over.
Good from Seals, 4 without loss. Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson, Deepak Huda. The batting, I suppose, down to Shardul. Avishkan can swing his bat aggressively. Fine third man will save it and will restrict it to 1. Carl Mears is the man at slip.
I guess they're just a genuine edge from Shikhar Dhawan. Only the solitary slip means that it's well wide of him. But that fine third prevents 3.
Yeah, it might have been a good ball to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. But that is sometimes a challenge of turning the strike over from left to right-hander.
It's just marginally off in terms of the line and helped along its way. Fine leg much wider. And with the pace of Alzarri Joseph, just sped away.
Sweeper offside. Just a little indication here of Alzarri Joseph's length. Sometimes the information gleaned from a previous match or previous innings can dictate that you pull your length back slightly. At least it's straighter to the left-hander. Pace. Wonder if that would have been tight had it hit.
But he did produce a bit of magic in game 1, didn't he? To get rid of Shubman Gill. This time, Shikhar Dhawan run into the danger end, and it needed another direct hit. Yeah, he would have been gone had he hit.
Knock that down. Dhawan could have been gone on 1. It's a good, interesting field set because we saw Shubman Gill. There was one particular shot he played in the first ODI, punched a good length delivery square. In fact, in the previous over that Seals was bowling, Joseph ran all the way from third man to the inner circle to ask them to put the point back for Jaden Seals to Shubman Gill, but Seals didn't want it. Joseph has got it in himself. Very good. That is such a tight line. 12 without loss. Length here is critical. They've taken the driving length away from Gill so far. That's on the up. That's not driving length, but just want to go back to that information that you glean as a bowler. First ODI, the deliveries in red in that first over for Seals. You can see 2 over-pitch deliveries. I think one of them at least, if not 2, went for 4. But today he's pulled his length back from the start, anticipating there may not be much swing. He plays here. This is his club and country ground. Now, can you hold that length tight in on the off stump? Now, Alzari Joseph, with his information, gets that deep point left of your screen in place. Such a wonderful shot. Control, and he, as Gill usually does early, walks down the pitch again.
And in so doing, makes the length that he wants. And a supreme stroke from Shubman Gill. So look at that, on the move when he was playing the shot. Really an attractive stroke maker, Shubman Gill. (14 off 11).
Could pull his length back, deep square leg goes out and fine leg comes up. Does pull his length back, and that's why they push the deep square leg out. Well done to Carl Mears. Danger with Gill, though, for those that know, is when he scores, he can times go big.
I just wonder if Nicholas Puran can somehow find someone in a catching position. There isn't any slip. An early wicket will be an important strike, an important blow. If these two get set, it'll be difficult to stop them. I suppose knowing the score that you have to defend and trying to minimize the damage that's done in the first power play with only 2 fielders out of the inner circle has prompted the decision to have more of a defensive field.
Decide where you're going to get your wickets. If there's no swing, where you're bowling wicket to wicket, it's not a bad idea to have a catcher. But are you looking to create pressure and get wickets in other areas? Impressive from Jaden Seals so far. Tough game for a young man at this stage of his career. Yeah, impressive to hold his length. 16 without loss. 296 more to get. Critical over because the batters have gotten their eyes in. And critical over now from Joseph to hold his composure.
Look at the similarities in approach from these two teams. Shikadawan maybe play a similar role to that of Shai Hope as the anchor. Shubman Gill given more latitude to be aggressive and attacking. But in a chase such as this, a steep chase, you need a good start. Initial partnerships, maybe for the first wicket, second wicket, has to be a big one. Otherwise, you'll be playing catch-up all the way through. Has that slip for the right-handed Gill. Short third, backward point.
Couple of runs. Well, it should have been a couple of runs. Hoping that Shikadawan saw that throw offline because he didn't attempt to slide his bat in.
And even though he has that fielder on the boundary on the offside, still doesn't want to give too much width to allow him to hit it in front of square. So the line, even with the protection, still has to be quite tight. Makes a change in the field, so he takes the slip out in short square leg. So it has a ring, a more balanced feel. Gives him options to bowl either straight or outside off stump.
These two were very good in the opening encounter a couple of days ago. 73 without being parted in the power play.
They're really good. Both of them putting away anything that's loose, anything that was short on both sides of the wicket, particularly through the offside. And they really set up that mammoth total that they did get. And again, the right-left combination working to perfection.
Margin for error is very tight. Good again. Very good again. Batters and bowlers often talk about closing out an over. Closing it out well from a bowler's point of view, not giving away a boundary.
And oftentimes the fielders just hang on the circle for the final delivery of the over.
Be a couple. .22 without loss. Jaden Seals again. Will be for the elegant Shubman Gill, just picking it off.
I was just wondering how long he can hold that line and that length. And Jaden Seals, the previous 2 overs were really good. First ball of the third, just off slightly. Shubman Gill good enough to get himself another boundary similar to the one he got a little bit earlier. So he'll have to make the adjustment, both in terms of line and length.
Another couple. What can the spinners offer on this surface from what we've seen in the first half?
They're really interesting part of the game when the spinners do come on. Akhil Hussain, one of the leading bowlers in one-day international cricket, certainly for the West Indies. In terms of wicket taking, he was good in game 1, and they'll expect more of the same from him. Hayden Walsh Jr., this man, in for this game with his wrist spin. Hasn't had the sort of results that he would have wanted in white ball cricket, Hayden Walsh Jr. So it's an opportunity for him to get back in the reckoning. You would have seen what Yuzvendra Chahal did in terms of his pace and the lines that he bowled. And against this Indian batting lineup that is quite adept against spin bowling, it would be a huge test for him.
Guy that fielded that ball there, I've noticed this, and I think West Indian viewers will be heartened, because I've been watching Alzari Joseph previously fielding at short third man, animatedly signaling instructions or offering instructions from short third man to Puran and to Jaden Seals. At the beginning of this over, he had enough, so he moved from short third man to mid-on, and Romario Shepherd went to short third man because he wanted to be close to Jaden Seals and offer advice. And I think that's heartening. Slip in place. Third man and deep square.
This is good. This is really good from the West Indies. Only 3 fours and went to the 6th over. Diametrically opposed to what we saw in game 1. Talk about learning as you move from game to game, from series to series, and they certainly have demonstrated that so far.
Good from Seals. Gill and Dhawan continue to try to set themselves. 29 without loss. Slow start for India. It was the reverse in the first game, where India flew out of the blocks and faded towards the back end, did enough to win. Romario Shepherd replacing Alzari Joseph. Just one. Shepherd himself played a critical part in that first game that almost drew parity. 7 overs for 43 and a wicket, and then his runs at the end only in because Jason Holder contracted the COVID virus. And so Shepherd retained his place in the 11 for this series. Third man and deep square leg. Good indication of how good a surface this is. Good from Puran. Very good from Puran. Ryan Griffith, who's been working with them from a fielding perspective, can afford a few smiles in the last game and a bit.
Yeah, looking to get on with things, Shikhar Dhawan. Puran is very athletic, isn't he? The exuberance of youth. And they might just be feeling the pressure.
One of the things that Shepherd at times has done, and we've spoken about it ad infinitum, is that when he senses batsmen coming, sometimes he'll take pace off the ball, sometimes, not every time. It's one of the things you can bear in mind, even earlier. Change up the pace as much as the length. Not sure it's coming now, but it's a thought to keep in mind. Just one.
Yeah, I think the field placing from Nicholas Puran has been spot on. And certainly his options in terms of the boundary fielders, both for Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill. And just the 3-4s recorded so far in the innings.
Good again from Shepherd and Walsh Jr.
Yeah, because that fielder is on the point boundary, he's trying to get it finer. Backward point and third in the circle. So it's forcing him to try to do something a little bit differently to what he did in game 1.
Almost Virat Kohli-like in that shot. 33 without loss. West Indies compiling 311 for 6, courtesy Shai Hope's 115, his 13th ODI 100 and his 100th one-day international. Support from Puran, Mears and Brooks. The third man coming up, and the deep point goes back. Deep point, deep square leg, either extreme of your screen. There he comes. It's been fascinating listening to conversations around Ben Stokes and the demands becoming too much of international cricket. Ben Stokes retiring from ODIs. Tamim Iqbal previously coming here with Bangladesh, retiring from T20s. Jason Holder getting a break after the IPL. The demands mentally and physically for all format players becoming increasingly overwhelming. Plays that pull shot very well quite often.
Yeah, it's an unrelenting schedule, isn't it, when you play international cricket? And all of the T20 leagues that are propping up all over. Workload management becomes a topical conversation.
I can see why. I fully understand why Tamim and Ben and Holder asked for the rest, because look, if you want to be excellent in whenever you walk out onto the park, you want to be mentally fresh, you want to be physically ready. And someone like Alzari Joseph coming through now, still to play T20 internationals, that playing the leagues is someone they have to manage carefully. This young kid is someone they have to manage carefully. And the player themselves have to also be wary. I know there's a disparity in the pay gap around the world. Mitchell Stark has pulled out of several T20 franchise leagues because he wants to focus largely on international cricket. So it's an interesting time for the world game. South Africa pulling out of their ODI series, postponed from next January in Australia to start their franchise again, T20s. Love to see that again, but good moving from Alzari Joseph and Shubman Gill too, I think. But Joseph certainly moved well. Typical fast bowler.
Typical fast bowler, you say, Bish. But he had a shoulder injury, Alzari Joseph. So just wonder how much power he can get from that throw. Would have been close.
Yeah, you don't need to move to throw powerfully when you move as quickly as we fast bowlers do. Again, close out the over well is the mantra. Does so. Just 2 runs off the over. 35 without loss, 8 overs gone.
West Indies ahead on the run rate.
Looked onside. There's effervescence in this West Indies fielding effort. Lots of energy around. There's a hustle and bustle on the outfield. Here again, a dive, an important hand, preventing a short boundary. Darren Sammy, you've had a chance to look at these, just over 8 overs. What significantly different have you seen from the West Indian bowlers in this power play 1 as compared to what you saw in the first one day?
First of all, they've bowled tighter lengths. They bowled a couple looseners and free deliveries, which Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill capitalized on. Another brilliant piece of fielding by Brennan King on the deep mid-wicket boundary. But they've been more disciplined in the line and lengths, Ganga. There's that piece of fielding. Good hands. Also, the field placement. Knowing that the Indian batters are strong square of the wicket. Another piece of brilliant piece of fielding by the captain, Nicholas Puran. By protecting the square boundaries. When they pierce the offside or the onside, they only get a single. Whereas in the first game, once they beat the infield, the ball was going to the boundary. So they've actually bowled to the field and stuck to the plans. And by doing so, India have not gone off with that flying start they got in the first game. And it allows Nicholas Puran to bowl his bowlers longer and complete the power play.
Solitary dot in the over. 9 overs gone, 41 without loss. Just the one change to this India 11. Vishkan coming into the side for Prasid Krishna. Strong and talented batting lineup from India. Will have their work cut out in this run chase.
Still Jaden Seals to continue.
Hasn't been offered many deliveries with outside the awesome Shikhar Dhawan, just trying to manufacture that cut shot. A little too close and a little extra bounce from Jaden Seals.
Maybe the few drops of rain falling on that pitch give it a little extra kick.
And Zami just referring to a drizzle that we're experiencing at the moment. Of course, when you're under pressure in terms of not getting many opportunities for score, experienced batters like Shikhar Dhawan, they take initiative in their approach to batting, as you saw on those couple occasions. Not afraid to use his feet just to put the bowler off his initial plans. Razapish away from Nicholas Puran in that mid-off position. Pressure building now.
And that's what dot balls do to you, especially when you chasing a mammoth target. And the West Indies bowling unit, they went in, assessed their first match, and they've come in and put in a good show so far. And Jaden Seals is not giving Shikhar Dhawan any loose deliveries. You'll have to play a good shot to get his runs, and that's what you want to see. Keep hitting those areas.
good sight. Players leaving the field because of the rain. Umpire signaling to the ground staff to bring the covers on. So a rain delay here in this second one-day international between the West Indies and India. Doesn't really look like the rain will linger for long. That drizzle just subsiding as the umpires make their way off the field. Will offer both teams, Darren Sammy, a chance to reflect on this small part of the second innings of this match. Pooran would be quite pleased with the discipline and control shown by his bowlers. Jaden Seals in particular getting an extended spell. He bowled 4 overs in that first one-day international when they opened the innings. Well into his 5th in this second game.
Yes, and also it allows him to hold back his spinners till after the first power play. And you always take your cue from the local guys. The groundsmen, they were not in a hurry to bring on the covers. You know, some of the West Indian players are still on the park, and I understand they would want to continue bowling because they're in a good groove. You see the third umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr.
Martin strip just being laid to protect this pitch number 7. Then the bigger covers will come over and ensure that the square is protected. Still a slight drizzle that will keep us away from live action. And if you missed it, we've had just over half of the day's play. It's been an entertaining one after West Indies batting and setting a total of 311. India in reply, they are 41 without loss. Quite a slow start by their standards. 3 bowling options used by Nicholas Pooran, all looking much better in this power play 1. Never could underestimate Shikhar Dhawan despite his slow start. Highlight of the innings for the West Indies, most definitely that innings from Shai in his 100th one-day international, bringing up his 13th one-day international century. Real special effort from the right-hander from Barbados. And Captain Nicholas Pooran as well with another half-century. Chief architects of the West Indies innings with the bat. Time for a bit of discussion between Phil Simmons and Nicholas Pooran, but if you missed the first part of the Indian innings, quite a few close calls. Nicholas Pooran on that occasion not hitting the target. A few lovely strokes to the boundary as well. But it's been quite intense, the start of this second half of this second one-day international match. As the umpires, they make their way onto the field, and I'm sure they will give instructions to the ground staff. Hopefully it will be to remove the covers so that we can resume play. I'm sure the crowd here will be a patient one. It's a good number for this second match. Of course, it's a Sunday, so the numbers will be increased.
And they would have been encouraged by the first game, seeing 100 overs being bowled. West Indies narrowly missing the victory. It's a great place to watch cricket, Darren. Shai Hope, who got that 100 in his 100th international, is always a treat to watch.
Player that is easy on the eyes when he's at the crease. Loves the offside, but against spin, he can play the big shots through the onside as well. He was elegant behind square. Used that bottom hand for short deliveries. That shot in particular was a delight. And he had 2 consecutive sixes over that cover region. The first to bring up his century. Boy, did he celebrate. Again, the third West Indian to achieve the feat of scoring 100 in the 100th one-day international. We'll also credit the support he got from Nicholas Pooran, his captain, who played a sensational innings in the circumstances.
Oh yes, and he was very severe on the spin bowlers. The way he took on India's wicket taker Chahal. This one, Chahal fully deceived him in the pace. That's Nicholas Pooran for you. When he's on sound, it will be all shots from all over the ground.
This game's still wide open despite the West Indies holding the ascendancy. Their total of 311. Quite a massive total, and at this venue, a successful run chase has never been achieved for a total like that. India still require 271 more runs if they are to win. Still a full complement of 10 wickets for India. And we'll wait and see what transpires. For now, we're going to take a short break, and hopefully on the other side, we'll bring you live action. Through the gap, and that will be the first boundary of the innings. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, where we look to continue this second one-day international match between the West Indies and India. First rain delay of the match. A break of just about 10 minutes so far. Covers are being removed at the moment, so we expect play to resume in short time. Not a lot of cloud around. Witnessed quite a few good days in terms of the weather here in Trinidad, south of the Caribbean. Nicholas Pooran and the West Indies will be anxious to get this game moving on. Had a good start to follow their brilliant batting in the first innings of this match. Again, a reminder that India leads this three-match series 1-0. So it will be crucial for the West Indies to bring parity with a win. These are the fixtures for this West Indies-India tour in 2022. Of course, that first match resulting in a win for India today. We will either see the West Indies level the series or India go on to win the series with a game to spare. That last game will be played right here at the Queen's Park Oval next Wednesday, July 27th. One T20 International here in Trinidad to be followed by 2 in St. Kitts, and the final 2 in Lauderhill, Florida. Darren Sammy alongside me, umpires making their way on to the field. What will be the discussions like in an Indian dressing room, looking at the remaining 271 more required to win this game?
The fact that they've not lost a wicket, that would be a plus for them, but the conversation would be to try to get the scoring rate further up. You know, Shikhar Dhawan, he's just 11 of 26 deliveries, and they too would know once they're out there in the middle, the likes of Shubman Gill and Sky, Huda, these guys score quickly. They would want to bat as deep as possible, but up the scoring rate. Whereas Phil Simmons and Nicholas Pooran will be talking about keep it steady, keep it tight. Don't give them those looseners. And in between, if they could get wickets, add pressure on that lower order of the Indian batting. We saw West Indies pulling back the game once Sky and Dhawan got out in the first match and restricting India to a total that they almost chased.
West Indian players making their way onto the field. Shardul Thakur with 3 wickets for 54 runs. He was a little bit expensive, but was a major part of the wicket taking shown by India. Spin was fairly economical. They had some success, but it wasn't enough to contain this West Indies batting lineup. West Indian bowlers, the one thing they've done in these 9.4 overs, they didn't go searching. They bowled within their limitations. They were patient. Against Nicholas Pooran, will be requesting very much of the same as they go into this second half of the match. More variety with the spin for Nicholas Pooran in this second match of the series. Budakesh Moti, the left-arm spinner, not being part of the playing 11 by virtue of an injury he picked up in that first match. So a wrist spinner will be on offer for Nicholas Puran, and Akil Hussain, the left-arm spinner, who is very economical, but also he has the ability to take wickets.
Both Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill, the excellent players of spin. And by these bowlers bowling so tight up front, it could ease the pressure of Hussain and Hayden Walsh when he comes on to bowl. They might want to take them on, hence possibly creating an opportunity to get wickets.
I'll be bold enough to say that West Indies' success on this game hinges a lot on the efforts of those two spinners, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Akil Hussain.
Yes, almost 20 overs will be required from them. West Indies was able to get to the 311 because Chahal was not as effective. He bowled a lot of overs to Nicholas Puran.
Luckily for Jaden Seals, found Akil Hussain in that short fine leg position. End of the first power play, 10 overs gone, 42 without loss. Shai taking the headlines so far in this second one-day international between the West Indies and India. As we start the second power play. What I saw from Shikhar Dhawan in that first match, when he got 97 from 99, he scored a lot of his runs off the seamers through the offside and square. Something that the West Indian bowlers and seamers in particular have taken note of, and they've not offered him opportunities in that area. So far he hasn't been able to adjust and to score in a different area. Might have been a chance for a wicket had he hit the target. We'll have to wait and see the replay.
Hayden Walsh at point, he brings that energy. Took his time. Oh, would have been very close. One stamp to aim at. There we go. Yes. Have been a very tight one. But kudos to the West Indies bowlers. They learned from the first game, and they are doing the job for their captain.
Short hand jab into the gap. 4 more. Gill keeps going. He's going at a rapid pace.
Red short ball from Mario Shepherd. Class player like Shubman. Don't miss out on those. And even though Shikhar Dhawan has been quiet, Shubman Gill is going at the runner ball.
He's happy to be there to support the partnership, which is more important, not expose his number 3. Shikadawan, again, maybe that role as captain, prompting additional responsibility with his batting.
If he goes on like Hope did, you know, then he's doing the job. See if he gets out now, it's pressure on the man coming in. Ooh, nasty delivery here. Romario Shepherd, I think, saw him coming down the track. Banged that one in short.
Not a good sight. Thankfully, Shikadawan is fine. Protective part of the helmet at the back just being dislodged. What it shows that Romario Shepherd is quite deceptive. Has very strong shoulders, and he made the adjustment. He saw Shikadawan advancing, and immediately he pulled his length back. Once again, we're seeing the importance of a protective wear.
That's good from Romario Shepherd, especially after being pulled by Shubman Gill for 4. He's come back good. It's important he close off this over.
Gone short again, and a brilliant catch. Carl Mayers. If it's not with the bat or the ball, it's in the field. That's a superb effort to get the first Indian wicket.
Shikadawan, not his normal aggressive self. Romario Shepherd banging that one shot again. And what a catch by Carl Mayers. Diving to his right, both hands. Shikadawan goes 13 of 41, it's 48 for 1.
Axar. It's a continuation of some good work in the field from that first ODI, leading to this. Peripheral vision allows him to understand the boundary rope. The marker is some way off, so he could catch, fall and slide. Outstanding from Carl Mayers, and for your excellence, bowl us a couple of overs, says Nicholas Puran.
What a catch that was from Carl Mayers. A moment of brilliance. West Indies, well, they needed one. They got one. India under pressure. 48 for 1 in 11.
Nothing.
Telegraphed his stride down the pitch, and Romario Shepherd quite aware. And then this excellence That deserves so much or so many kudos. And look at Nicholas Peran giving him his flowers and hugs.
Nothing.
Yeah, they've been feeling the pressure. They aren't scoring as freely and as fluently as in that first one-day international. West Indian bowlers, well, they've shown great discipline up to this point. And Calmeers want to continue to build on the good work done by the opening bowlers. Another couple. Shubman Gill on 36 Shreyas Iyer off the mark. Both of these had good knocks in that first game, but they don't have the platform that was laid. It's a different proposition altogether when you add that they've been asked to chase that scoreboard pressure. Excellent from Akil Hussain, just a single. This is what you'd expect a lot of, that line, that wicket-to-wicket line, to both these right-handers, and I don't think that Akil Hussain is too far off from being introduced into the attack. Required run rate 6.79. Tidy start from Calmeers, 12 gone, 54 for 1.
Straight knee back, batsman. Right.
258 and 38. Akil Hussain, predictably, with the two right-handers at the crease. So theoretically, he will be turning away from them. And he too would be operating with tight lines. Long on, long off, sweep on both sides. His boundary riders. I just wonder if they want to use a slip, if they're thinking about a slip. Yes, they are, quite rightly so. Just to see what the surface has to offer. Bishop's a much different Akil Hussain from what we saw in that Bangladesh series, in much more helpful conditions.
100 showed for hopes. He got that this morning. Yeah, lost his rhythm in the Bangladesh series.
Sweetly timed in the gap, gets a boundary. A bit of innovation from Shubman Gill, predicted the line.
But Hussein will find this challenge another step up again from Shubman Gill, who's a good player of spin reputedly. Deep square has now been moved to backward square.
The length so crucial. That is where we want to be operating from predominantly Akil Hussein. That last delivery.
There's some challenges for Walsh, and for example, Akil Hussein, who wants to bowl wicket to wicket. Gill is a sweeper like Surya Kumar Yadav. Surya will sweep. Gill will also come down the pitch and sometimes try to hit the ball wide of long on if he gets that chance. So it's just a different challenge.
And what was different as well, had to bowl a lot to left-handers. Tamim Iqbal batted quite a lot in that series, and they were quite prepared to play that reverse sweep. So even if he bowled outside off stump to the left-hander, he was being deposited for 4. These two wouldn't necessarily play that shot, more the conventional sweep. Kalmias will continue.
Nice, Duffy, nice, Duffy.
Uses a scramble seam as well as that seam up Kalmias to get different reaction off the surface. Not very pacey, but accurate enough. Good fielding. Equally good running. A little bit of a sprinkling earlier on the surface. I don't think that it would change the conditions too much either way. Looking at the state of play, Bish, is there anything that you'd be doing differently, or just trying to create this pressure and build it a little bit longer?
I think Buran's gone along the job quite well. What I like about Kyle Mears, I think in test matches, in helpful conditions, we see a Kyle Mears who works his way there. I was thinking about the last couple of days. I wanted to see Kyle Mears bowl outside of the power play. It's a different format and not so much in the pitch. So bowling him outside of that first power play, I think, is a good move. Give him that protection when the ball isn't doing as much. So that's one thing at 63 for 1.
West Indies were comfortably ahead at this stage. Hussein will continue from the media center end. Very hot and humid. Mentioned in that first one-day international. You don't feel that breeze blowing through in this stadium. So it's really a cauldron.
That's where Gill uses his... The other thing to that question that you asked me is how Walsh Jr. bowls, particularly in the middle overs. And I identified the middle overs for obvious reasons, but because there are only 4 fielders outside the circle. He was very good against Australia last year. Struggled a little bit thereafter. But I thought against India in the last game in Ahmedabad earlier this year, he bowled 2 for 59 off 10. And they kind of used some of his overs in that last power play when there's an extra fielder outside. So how Pooran then manages him today will be fascinating. So you can get some overs from Mayers. I don't know if Rahman Powell is fit. Pooran himself, his bowling is still hit or miss. So just bringing Walsh Jr. in at the right time, relieving him and mixing his bowlers is going to be crucial.
Good running. Seldom see too many dot balls from these batsmen against spinners. If they keep doing that with the odd boundary here or there, they'll keep up with the run rate just a touch on the 7. Quicker delivery. 95 kph, a little bit of bat on that. Could have flown away. Could have even gone in the wicketkeeper's gloves. Tidy over from Akil Hussain, just 2 from it. 65 for 1. Mayers to continue.
We talked about that 100 shirt for Shai Hope. He was given the shirt by Dr. Desmond Haynes to be specific and appropriate and politically correct. And Desmond himself, from Barbados, an established opener like Gordon Greenidge. In fact, down the wicket a long way. Desmond played in the first one-day international here at the Queen's Park Oval in 1983. A rain-curtailed occurrence. West Indies played India in that 1983 match, and West Indies ended up winning the game. Desmond Haynes top scored with 97 at a strike rate close to 95. You hear what I said? The strike rate close to 95 40-something years ago, and won the man of the match. So West Indies, the point I'm making is had a number of players who were ahead of their time where this ODI and white ball cricket is concerned. And our young people have to remember these sorts of things. So Vivian Richards, ahead of his time.
Is that a wicket? Yes, it is. Very, very soft dismissal from Shubman Gill, looking to get it behind the keeper. Instead, he just lobs it to the bowler, Kyle Mears himself, taking the catch. Another breakthrough for the West Indies.
Uncharacteristic of Shubman Gill, but this is just pressure from Kyle Mears. 2.4 overs for just 8 runs. And causing Shubman Gill to go outside of, or try to go outside of his comfort zone, and Puran bowling him outside of the power play. Brilliant. Gill goes for 43, 66 for 2.
New batsman for India, Surya Kumar Yadav. It is 12th match, 250s, good average. Really a dangerous player, Surya Kumar Yadav. Kyle Mears, saw some brilliance from him in Test match cricket with the ball quite recently, and again, an important job for this team.
And he has that protection. They've tried him with the new ball a couple of times in Pakistan, and I think here once in the Caribbean. Too early through with the attempt to ramp it, and an easy wicket for Kyle Mears.
Successful over comes to an end. 16 gone, 67 for 2. An inexperienced but talented middle order for India. You cannot write these guys off. Sanju Samson, Deepak Hooda, Axar Patel, Shardul Thakur, all can do the business. West Indies will need to continue the good job that they've been doing for the past 16 overs. Maybe pinpoint a couple deliveries that straight down the leg side, but apart from that, they've been very disciplined. Akil Hussain has a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a mid on. Interestingly, means that his lengths, he has to be spot on with that. Well, he takes him on. First ball goes the distance. That's a confident stroke. Only his third delivery, and against the theoretical spin, what a shot.
Surya Kumar Yadav can be a tough player to bowl to. Very good hands, he'll sweep, he will hit against the spin, he'll hit with the spin over extra cover. Very, very dangerous man, and doesn't take much time to settle in.
Same field. It is a courageous field to have that mid-on in position. Taking the gamble, asking the batsman to go against the turn. Long on and fine leg in the inner circle. Long on goes back now for Shreyas Iyer.
Pakistan batsmen are fascinating. Because I played with a few guys. I know, like, for example, the West Indies head coach Phil Simmons. We had this discussion back when he was playing. He was more comfortable coming down to the left-arm spinner and hitting in this direction than he was coming down to the off spinner and hitting with the spin in that direction. And I know a couple other guys who prefer doing it against left-arm spin rather than the ball turning into them. I think it's fascinating to have that ability. When they feel that the ball spinning from leg to off, they can meet it on the point of its turn and get more bat onto it, their own individual thing.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key to that shot, getting to the pitch of the delivery, to smother whatever turn there may be. And 6 in the first ball of the over, and 3 singles thereafter. Quite a few times in the West Indian innings, they hit a boundary and followed it up with a cluster of dots. So you make the over a big over, a 10-run over, a 11-run over if you can. Just like this. So this is an 11-run over, 6 off the first ball. So good batting throughout the next 5. 78 for 2. And that last over, the most expensive in the innings so far. I'm just trying to get some momentum going in there. Just wonder if he'll do a bit of a prank, Nicholas Pooran. But the series also has been played in really good spurts between these two teams. Lots of familiarity, international cricket as well as franchise cricket around the world. Kalmir into his 4th over, Bish, only conceding 9 so far.
Yeah, that has been the pressure up to this point, and if Surya Kumar Yadav gets the opportunity, he will try to disrupt him. Without a shadow of a doubt, he will try. But Mayers has been outstanding thus far.
Wide signal, just slightly off target. Good bit of work from Shai. It's not an easy take down the leg side, keeping up to the medium pace bowler. Cleaned him up, played on. Kalmir's once again the magician in this West Indian team. The talisman with the bats in game 1, with the ball in game 2.
And don't forget in the field with that spectacular catch that he took down at 3rd man to get rid of Dhawan. Scrambled seam again, and it could just hold up off the pitch. And remember, in the first game, Surya Kumar Yadav inside edge Akil Hussain onto his stumps too. Dangerous man gone for 9, 79 for 3.
New batsman Sanju Samson in for his 3rd one-day international match. what a situation to find yourself in. 79 for 3, chasing a target of 312, scramble seam, inside portion of the bat onto that off stump. Kyle Mears yet again. So wickets in consecutive overs for him.
I think you want to give Shai credit for standing up to the stumps, as you point out, because it almost sometimes can strangle a batter, make him feel congested. Mears is one of those all-format players as well that you have to manage over the next few years. Does everything in all formats.
The required rate going above 7 now. The wicket slowing down even further, the ball softer. New batsman at the crease. Ideal scenario for the West Indies. Wayward. Haven't said that too often today from the West Indian bowlers. The gift of a delivery.
Trying to bowl at the stumps, trying to bowl stump to stump too straight. But you can forgive him that because he's been top class so far. Bat, ball and fielding.
Another wicket. Oh, almost. Brandon King. Nearly got there. Desperate dive in the end. Kyle Mears once again causing some problems.
You can see the face of the bat closing, and it means that the ball is definitely slowing up off this surface. A valiant effort. Let's look back and reflect on Surya Kumar Yadav. First game, Akil Hussain chopped on. Second game, Kyle Mears chopped on. Hugely talented player, but the West Indies will be pleased to have nicked him off twice, bottom edges.
Just a single. A really good over. Once again from Kyle Mears. 84 for 3. Different looking scorecard this time around for India. It starts for Dhawan and Gill, not able to press on. Much of a start for Surya Kumar Yadav. So a lot of pressure on these two. Shreyas Iyer, Sanju Samson, Alzari Joseph reintroduced into the attack. You might see some short balls from him, fine leg, square leg on the boundary. Excellent from Puran once again. So athletic and energetic. Reminds me a little bit about like Brendan McCullum.
I love that comparison. Remember a catch he took in the IPL 1 year, an attempted catch, throwing himself at the boundary hoardings and pulling it back. And there was a time earlier this year where I thought with the captaincy in a few games that his fielding level had dropped. and this is where the other key battle is. Shreyas Iyer against the short ball. We talked about it in the first game. We've talked about it over time. So that short ball to Shreyas Iyer with a deep square leg and a fine leg, a mid-wicket, could be a key moment.
Yeah, and similar to the way Shai approached it, he is getting under the length of that delivery. But straight away, Alzarri Joseph testing him with a couple short ones.
What about if you innovative, get a little bit innovative, maybe take out the man at backward point. You've already got a sweeper point on the boundary. Get a man in at short leg or leg gully. Your deep backward square in front of square, just for 1 or 2 deliveries. Give him something else to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. The fielding from the West Indies, the captain in that first ODI with that run out of Shubman Gill, and the way they were busy and hustled in the field. But look at this. Shubman Gill was casual, and a bit of brilliance from Puran resulted in that wicket. And then look again, a one-hander. Talk about leading from the front with the bat. He's also doing it in the field. I know there's a lot of cricket to be played in this game, but so much to like if you're a West Indian fan from that first game, and certainly from what we've seen so far in this one.
Yeah, the batting speaks for itself. Batting 50 overs again. Shai doing what Shai needs to do. In context of the team, I'll explain that again a little bit later if it goes on social media. And the fielding, Ryan Griffith will be happy. He marks them hard from a fielding perspective.
Good over. Really good over from Alzarri Joseph. 19 gone, 86 for 3.
Blue worm, a little bit weaker than the maroon. Great stats in one-day international cricket for Hayden Walsh Jr. First time today with the ball, of course brought into the side because of the injury to Gudakesh Moti. Will relish the opportunity to bowl in these conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, and it's a good time to introduce him to the attack. 3 wickets down, run rate over 7. Two new batters at the crease. To give him some confidence. He's not coming in under pressure, trying to pull back things for Nicholas Puran. Knowing the Indian batters, they'll probably not let him settle in to his spell. That's the line he needs to work with. Just attacking the stumps. You've seen Chahal do it quite often. that wicket-taking ball is the tossed up one outside the off stump, out of reach of the batsman.
Playing a miss. Quite close to that off stump. Good signs for Hayden Walsh Jr.
Good flight, extracting some bounce and turn. Is Nicholas Puran tempted to put in a slip after seeing this ball turn away from the bat?
Up and away. We don't need to overemphasize the class of Sanju Samson. That shot says it all.
This one just over pitching here. Samson could see him opening up his front leg to hit that ball with the turn. Despite of losing 3 wickets, Hayden Walsh has to be spot on.
Oh, yes, boy.
Much better end to the over. 20 overs gone, 95 for 3. Joseph into his 5th over now. Really good job from him and Jaden Seals. Quite early with the new ball.
Just a hint of inward movement from that last delivery. Earlier you made a point, Darren, that the overs of Akil Hussain and Hayden Walsh will determine the outcome of this match to a larger extent. Pacers seem to have done the homework on this pitch. We've seen they attack the stump much more in this match and have not given the Indian batters room to free their arms. So because they've been so tight to the Indian batsmen, tendency is to go after the spinners. Also, Nicholas will be quite happy with the work that Kyle Mayers has done with the ball, picking up 2 wickets in the process. He will need at least 20 overs from his 2 spinners.
Pressure building here for Shreyas Iyer, 4 dots in a row. How will he respond for the remaining 2 deliveries in this over? They're behind in terms of the required rate. And at the moment, just under 7.5. More urgency in that swing. Maybe just losing his shape a bit still. Another dot.
Seem to to have hurried him up a little bit. Zari Joseph is normally the enforcer, the one to be aggressive. Spot on to get a wicket for Nicholas Puran. "21 overs gone, 96 for free."
Shai taking strike, getting a single off the last ball of the previous over.
Oh, yes.
Has to find a way to share run scoring with his partner, Sanju Samson. 12 from 11. There's so much to like about Sanju Samson. Last thing you want to have in a partnership is one partner on the other end looking on for many deliveries, not getting a chance to get strike and rotate.
Can put pressure on the other partner at the end. Was deceiving him there in the flight.
Staying on Sanju Samson, who was born in Kerala. In his early days, he played in Delhi. He was earmarked for great things from a very young age. One day made Emerging Player of the Year in 2013 for Rajasthan Royals, Sanju Samson. At age 14, he was the youngest Kerala player to be selected for the Ranji Trophy tournament. That's a 4-day competition in India. Of course, you will know Nicholas Puran quite well because he played in that Under-19 World Cup in the UAE in 2014. Was the vice captain of the Indian team, Sanju Samson. And he's had a stop-start sort of experience at the international level for India. We'll talk more about him. 22 overs gone, 99 for 3. West Indies at a similar stage, they were way ahead, 127 for 2 after 22. India behind. One shy away of getting to that 100 marker.
Great start from Mario Shepherd, replacing Zari Joseph. Just hitting that deck, and Shreyas Iyer just trying to get going. Just 19 of 42 deliveries. That's all he has to do, just keep hitting these lanes. wicket to wicket. You often hear that. When the pitch is so good, the margin for error is very slim. So far, 2 good deliveries. Can he back it up with another?
Cut away and does it well. Shreyas Iyer, he's been bogged down for quite a few deliveries. This time he frees himself.
Just offering him some width. And Iyer stayed leg side of the ball. Made some extra room for him to access that area behind point.
Quite comical, but flying off the hands of Shreyas Iyer. Doesn't restrict him from getting a single. Giving the strike to his partner, Sanju Samson.
I think after that he might change his gloves. It's quite hot out there. Let me see. Lucky for him, it did not ricochet on the stumps.
Some players, as you know, Darren Sammy, they've got sweaty palms.
I never had sweaty palms. Some also bat with Enos. Nah, not me. I didn't last long enough for my gloves to sweat.
Last delivery of the over.
Okay.
It's a good one from Shepherd. And overall, a good over. 23 gone, 104 for 3. And it's a Blue Waters strings break. Of course, we're in Trinidad and Tobago, the 5th largest island country in the West Indies, most southern as well. Country with lots of beautiful beaches. Maracas Beach, the northwestern tip of the island. most reputable. And in terms of facility, back at the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, we continue to enjoy the action between these two sides. India, they require further 208 more runs if they are to win this second one-day international of the series and the series. Of course, it's a 3-match series, but the West Indies showing greater resilience this time around with the bat first. 311 for 6 posted on the back of Shai century in his 100th one-day international, and Nicholas Purran's half century as well. In reply, India a bit behind in terms of this run chase, but they will keep hope in getting these remaining runs. That hope I spoke about will rest squarely on the shoulders of Sanju Samson and Shreyas Iyer. Two batsmen out in the middle with a partnership of 25, quite capable of converting their starts.
Continuing after the break.
Too easy. Just helped along its way down the leg side. No threat from that delivery.
Yeah, Hayden Walsh just dropping that one a bit too short down the leg side. All he had to do is just help it on its way. Easing off the pressure. Needs to be more consistent. Keep bowling these dots, build the pressure.
Again, a full toss. Luckily for Walsh Jr., it was not put away by Shreyas Iyer.
See most teams using their legs, because of the second stage of the power play, you only allow 4 fielders outside the circle. It becomes very difficult for the leg spinners to contain the batsman. Normally, that shot would have been won because you'd have an extra man on the leg side, deep square leg. So he needs to keep it on a fuller length, wicket to wicket. Use the men down the ground.
There he goes again. Sanju Samson with his second 6 through that offside region.
Pacers have done a good job. They're not gonna let Hayden Walsh settle into his spell. This one right in the slot again. All he had to do is get the elevation. We know how much of a class player he is. Don't miss out on scoring opportunities like that. Pressure on Hayden Walsh.
Runs from the over. A little more pressure on Hayden Walsh Jr. now. 116 for 3. Kalmeas with his slower speeds, his variations, those cutters doing the business for the West Indies with the ball. 2 for 15. And he had good support with the discipline shown by Joseph and Seals. Mario Shepherd too was quite good. Just to finish that conversation with Sanju Samson, he really never had a long run with this Indian national side. He was first picked in 2014 when he was selected for India in a 17-man squad against England for 5 one-day internationals and a test match. Did not play, stood in the shadow of MS Dhoni. Wayward goes for 4.
Shai Hope will be disappointed with himself. And with yesterday's game where the margin was only 3 runs, you never know, Darren. The more runs you save in the field, the more difficult you make it for the opposition.
Will have weary legs. Not that that's an excuse for that effort. And Sanju Samson in 2019 was recalled to the Indian side after 4 years, so that large gap would have given him enough time to reflect, to further develop as a player. Hasn't really got many opportunities at the top across formats for India, but he is a player that can produce the goods with the bat.
And that India team would have been very difficult to penetrate as a batsman. Likes of Kohli and Rihani and Rohit Sharma, all these guys. And as Dhoni was the keeper.
He got his few opportunities when players like Shikhar Dhawan got injured, Ambati Raidu as well. Love to see him get a long run, batting in the top 5 for this Indian side.
The only way to do that is by grabbing the opportunity. Opportunities presented. So far he's gotten himself to a really good start. If he could go on and put in a good performance, that will help his team win this match. That will help the cause.
.124 for 3. Nicholas Buran will ring in the changes with his bowlers. It's a hot evening here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, so we'll be mindful of these bowlers getting a little bit worn with an extended spell. It's a strategy that captains use in warm, hot conditions.
Also, the fact that Hayden Walsh hasn't been as effective as Nicholas Puran would want. I see him sharing the workload or the quota of 10 overs between Mayers and Hayden Walsh. So far, Mayers has done the job. Indian batters just did not let Hayden Walsh settle, especially Sanju Samson. if he could get another 4-over spell from Kyle Mayers, that would be really good for him. He's been quite economical, picking up wickets in between.
Bowling to his field, Calmez. So crucial as a captain to communicate with your bowler, set the right field. As a bowler, it's crucial also to pick up the strengths and weaknesses of the opposition batter. Sanju Samson in particular showed his strong area when Hayden Walsh Jr. was quite straight. Produced the full face of the bat, but the moment he went wide and full, got the full treatment, up and over, a couple sixes.
And maybe that's why he's out of the attack. To run calling on to Kyle Mayers, so far proved very reliable. If you saw, once the ball wasn't straight on the stumps, he was punished.
.50 partnership between these two. They've gone about their work of scoring runs, not at a rapid rate, but they've had to consolidate a bit. And they're building something special here, these two. 129 for 3.
Hussain returns to the attack. Shreyas Iyer and Sanju Samson, very talented. You've got Deepak Hooda to come, and he can strike a mean ball, and he's been in good touch, even though it didn't go as well as he would like in the first game. Nice use of the pace and line, and then Axar Patel, Shardul Thakur, all guys that can score and score quickly. Samuel Badri, so still work to do. How would you describe this situation of the match?
Yeah, I think West Indies still in a very good position. And they'll want to continue the work that they've been doing in the middle overs. A little bit concerned about the overs from Hayden Walsh Jr. Expensive from 324. But Calmiers has done the job. He's bowled 5 overs. He's picked up 2 for 20. They still need to get a few more overs out of either him or reintroduce Hayden Walsh Jr. I mentioned before that this Indian batting lineup is inexperienced at the international level, but in high intensity matches they have lots of experience and they know how to chase. I still think that this game, although slightly tilted in the favor of the West Indies, has a lot of action and entertainment in it. Sancho Sampson so strong with that inside out shot, and you can just see that he's trying to stand leg side of the ball to open up the extra cover region.
Sancho Sampson, and West Indian fans may not know, but there are a few of us, myself and a number of colleagues around the world, Harsha Bogle for example, have so much time for this still young man. There's something about him, an X factor about his play, Sancho Sampson. Should be a couple. There's something about him that hasn't fully materialized for one reason or the other, not yet anyway. 1-3-5 for 3. Required rate 7.7.
Across the line, just asking Sancho Sampson to hit perhaps to the bigger side. Fingers down the side of the delivery, taking pace off. Calmiers, some bat on that, no chance of LBW.
Don't pitch it up to him. And that's where you worry about pitching it up to him, because that man is up at mid-off, not long off, and we've already seen off Hayden Walsh how powerfully Sampson strikes the ball down the ground.
He's really a calm customer. Don't see too much emotions from him, whether when he's wicket keeping or even when he's batting as a captain. A calm level head. First met him about 10 years ago at the Rajasthan Royals, a young kid coming through under the tutelage of the now senior team coach Rahul Dravid. And even at that stage, there was something about this young man that made us look at him and say, he has a bright future ahead of him. And of course, in this setup, there's not many opportunities because of the caliber of players vying at the international level. So when they do get the sporadic chances, they have to make use of them.
Yeah, not overpraising him, but just trying to build potential heroes of it. His last couple of seasons in the IPL, he's averaged 42 at a strike rate of nearly 145. His previous 3 seasons, he averaged 27 with a strike rate of 117. So it seems also like leadership of his IPL franchise has sat well with him. I know it's a different format of the game. It's just giving an example of good form. $139 for 3. West Indies at a similar stage, 12 runs better off. Romario Shepherd takes over from Akil Hussain. A brief spell for Hussain. Pulled strongly and powerfully for 4 by Shreyas Iyer. Testing him with the short ball, but he's equal to it.
A shot of authority on top of the bounce. Very much in control, Shreyas Iyer. Hit it exactly where he wanted to in the gap. And drilled across the ground.
Got a little bit higher that time and a little bit more outside the line of off stump.
If you're bowling short to him, you have to get it up above the shoulder, that uncomfortable height. Anything lower than that, he's quite competent. You mentioned the captaincy of Sanju Samson, this man as well. Captaincy pedigree in IPL teams, Delhi Capitals previously, KKR now. So that mantle of responsibility has helped them develop their careers. Too short, too high from Romario Shepherd, wide call. And it's good to see the young players responding to that responsibility. Alex Jordan and I, one of our colleagues, and you as well, we were having that conversation at the start of the first ODI. What is it about these players that prepare them so much better for international cricket, so they feel more at home than perhaps some others around the world?
It's a fascinating research paper and interesting, because some would say, you rightly said, Shreyas Iyer still has 1 or 2 little issues with his short ball, but when he took over from Gautam Gambhir at Delhi Capitals, halfway through the season they got better, and then the next season they got better. Rishabh Pant took over for a season and built on that work, and then he's moved to KKR, but a good leader. I think the volume of cricket they play, the way they've changed the pitches in India for domestic cricket to more pace-friendly pitches, 18 tours, a whole combination, plus a lot of academies dotted throughout the huge landscape. And players like Rahul Dravid taking under-19 tours, and VVS Laxman, as you know from the last under-19 World Cup. All of those things have contributed to a production line of players. One for 6 for 3. Still another 166 required. And just to extend that conversation about what India have done, of course, they're financially wealthy. The IPL is also a big factor in the rubbing of shoulders with some excellent players. And mentioned earlier that there's an academy intake in Antigua, the first intake in the academy, and I just think it'd be wonderful to get that gentleman, after whom that pavilion is named, who was here talking to the West Indies team prior to the first game, to make a contribution in there. I know Kirtley Ambrose, Sir Kirtley, who we work with, is also one appointed. I saw Dwayne Bravo talking to the team as well. So when you talk about the West Indies death bowling, those contributions from excellent former players have a big part to play if we utilize it. Desmond Haynes, lead selector, all of that. Good stop. It went to his strong hand, his favoured hand, Akeal Hussain. Another example of good fielding.
Saved what would have been a certain boundary, and you need this type of effort. That would have released the pressure a little bit had that gone to the boundary. So good work in the field. And good work from Kalmir's 2 for 25 into his 7th.
In the gap, and 4. So Shreyas Iyer starting to go through the gears a little bit now with that pull shot.
Might have one eye on the required rate, just a touch under 8 at this stage. And needing boundaries, they usually target the first couple balls in the over to put the bowler under pressure, and then maybe one at the end. But once you get a boundary early in the over, like I keep saying, you have to make it a 9-run over at minimum. 54 in Shreyas Iyer, or 57 deliveries.
Back-to-back 50s, 50 in the first game, 50 now for still a very talented young player. And the 150 came up with that boundary as well. So if you believe in the theory of doubling the score at 30 overs, we're in for a humdinger perhaps. Lovely. A long way gone, Shreyas Iyer getting into stride in a significant way.
Yeah, pick the slow ball, back of the hand slow ball from Kalmir. The length was disappointing. Even if you want to bowl that slow ball, it has to be much shorter than that. Mid-off up. Almost a free hit, a gift there for Shreyas Iyer.
Half centuries for Shreyas Iyer in addition to 100. 7th against the West Indies, and he loves batting here at the Oval in the limited time. More runs. So Sampson and Shreyas Iyer repairing and doing a very good job of pressing on the accelerator. 162 for 3. Just 3 runs the difference. West Indies were 165 for 3. Zari Joseph back And his captain wants him to try to create an opportunity. Into this Shreyas Iyer at the Queen's Park Oval. 4 games, including this one, 4 half-centuries, and still more that he can add.
And this innings and a game to come. The 3rd one-day international in a few days' time. West Indies will need to break this partnership. It's worth 83 right now. Shreyas Iyer against the West Indies in one-day internationals. Just look at that. Look at that average strike rate, healthy. 7 half-centuries.
I'd venture to say it's his 4th consecutive half-century against the West Indies, you know. His last knock against them coming into this game was at Ahmedabad earlier this year. He got 80. 3 consecutive, and he's reeled off a couple here.
Looking at the options for the bowling to come for Nicholas Pooran, he'll have to make some decisions. I don't think that we'll see Kyle Mayers from the other end. It'll be interesting to see who he turns to.
Second half-century, consecutive half-centuries for Shreyas Iyer. Started a touch slowly, but has picked up his pace nicely in the last 20 or 25 minutes.
A really good player. A couple gifts along the way, but you still have to be able to put them away, and he's done that quite competently. Quick single. Needs a direct hit, gets a direct hit, but comfortably home for Shreyas Iyer. I think he was well home, so no need for the review. 31 overs gone, 165 for 3.
Side spin and a powerful arm. Akil Hussain into the attack. Changed ends. So with the 2 right-handers at the crease in this partnership of 86, big side of the ground, leg side. How he can bring that into play. Could it be a factor?
There's 5 fielders on the offside. Ankil Hussein, long off and a deep point on the boundary. 3 in the inner circle, 4 on the on. Long on, deep backward square. That last delivery is the sort of line that he'll be looking to bowl the majority of his deliveries. Sanju Samson very strong outside the off stump. And he'll be looking to pepper that extra cover region if given any width. Seem to be cruising. No panic. No undue stress. Really calm and composed at the crease. These two. They'll back their ability to score boundaries in the back end of this chase, because they've done it repeatedly in a high-intensity tournament, the IPL, for the various teams that they've played for.
So good, so very good, and very few can demonstrate that power over the offside as Samson does. Samson by name, Samson by nature.
Fleet-footed down the track quite quickly, inside out. What a shot, what a blow. I mentioned that would be the area that he's targeting. So fluent in that region, hitting with the anticipated turn.
Catch.
174 for 3.
Very good teams in world cricket, they find a way to compete. That's exactly what India is doing at the moment. Massive target of 312 in front of them, and 174 for 3. This partnership already 95. No relaxing for the West Indian bowlers. Had a really good start with the ball, the West Indies. Didn't give away too many free runs. But now, during power play 2, the middle phase of the innings, they've had to work really hard to get wickets. Only 3 wickets picked up. And slowly these two are transferring the pressure back onto the bowlers. Afternoon, Darren Sammy.
Good afternoon, Darren Ganga. This game is really evenly poised at the moment. You saw Nicholas Puran and Shai put on 100-run partnership. If you look at the equation, evenly poised. West Indies bowlers will have their hand cut out. The work cut out for them in order to contain these Indian batters. This afternoon, they would have to be spot on. They need to break this partnership, bring in a new batter, and build some more pressure.
Of course, Narayan, you know that batting in one-day internationals is quite different to batting in a T20 game. As a batsman, you got to continuously increase your intensity and strike rate. But in 50-over cricket, you usually get a chance for you to react to the ebb and flow of the game itself. I've seen that from Shreyas Iyer. First 20 balls, 15 runs. Next 20 balls, 14 runs. Last 27 balls, 32 runs.
Yes, because you have more time at the crease. T20s, you only have 120 balls. If you 20 of 50 balls, that's almost half the game gone. But in the limited over format, if you 20 or 50 balls, you still have so much time left. And once you occupy the crease, you could always catch up. And that's what Shreyas has done.
Full and straight. Is it straight enough? Convinced is Joel Wilson. And the review is taken.
Original decision is out. TV umpire to director. Have a players review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision, please? Front on coming up. Keep rolling. Okay, can I get ultra edge to see if any batters involved there? Appears to be a gap between bat and ball. Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Gap between bat and ball. Flat line. Can we get ball tracking when it's available, please? Okay, we wait on ball tracking, guys. Building.
Flipping.
Still waiting on ball tracking. Still waiting. Waiting. What ball tracking coming up now? It's pitching in line. Impact in line of wickets. Umpire's call. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel, can you stay with your out decision? You're on screen now. Signal.
A game of small margins. Small margin it was to get the wicket of Shreyas Iyer. He'll be disappointed. Goes for another well-played half-century. 63 this time. 78 for 4. 99 was the partnership between Shai and Sanju Samson, and Deepak Hooda, the new batsman, stitch one together with Sanju Samson. Smart piece of bowling here once again. Zari Joseph going full and straight with his pace. That deception working well in the situation and producing another wicket for him in the West Indies.
That's good bowling from Alzari. He would have attacked Shreyas Iyer with the short ball. And just looking for that wicket-taking delivery, which was the Yorker. It proved just right. Jaden Sills comes back to the attack. You expect him to bowl the... He's allotted 10 overs. Exactly what Nicholas Puran would have wanted when he brought back Alzari, to get or to break this partnership. It would be good to get another one, bring two new batters at the crease. Jaden Sills in the first game, the second spell was really good. The key probably would be to get Sanju Samson off strike, bowl more balls to the new batter Hooda, whilst he's still fresh at the crease.
Just a single. Sanju Samson approaching his highest score in one-day internationals. Hasn't scored a half century yet in his ODI career.
Middle.
Only a few matches to him, as was mentioned before.
Hooda about to face his first ball, just a wicket. It's just lost. Can you find an area to get a slip in to attack him? Put some pressure on him. You saw Shikhar Dhawan doing that to our batters when they came into bat. Can Nicholas Puran apply some more pressure? Maybe gets another fielder in. Put a slipish area. So far, Jaden Sills just bowling that good length. You could see his stance. He has this open stance, open back face.
And for viewers, just wanted to underscore what Darren Sami was talking about when he mentioned Nicholas Puran probably using more of an attacking option with his field placing. And it's the right suggestion, because you've got to capture those crucial moments. The fall of a wicket allows for the opportunity for attack for a few overs, more so for the new batsman and the new partnership. It's a way forward for captains. Run. Just contented with being patient at the moment. That required rate moving from 7 now well into 8s.
Great over there from Jaden Sills. 34 gone, it's 179 for 4.
Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer looked very comfortable at the crease. Shreyas Iyer in particular was now going into overdrive. And he got a one full and straight from Alzari Joseph. West Indian bowlers restricting and restraining this India batting lineup. Axar, Patel, Shardul Thakur, and the lower orders still to come. Now Hussain.
Nicholas Puran juggling his bowlers around. You'd have realized that Samju Samson effect so far on Hayden Walsh brought back Kyle Mayers. So between Walsh and Mayers, that's 10 overs gone. He's trying to get overs from Akil Hussain.
Over cover, quite intentional, properly executed, and straight away Buddha gets into scoring.
That's because Hussain and Puran to have a conversation. This is a really good cricket shot, opening up the offside. Akil is saying he needs this man sweeping a little straighter.
There was a cover point, now two fielders behind square offside. You would think with that field, the length would be a little bit shorter, inviting the cut as against that drive over cover. Exactly where Nicholas Puran would have wanted the right-handed Huda to score. Those two fielders behind point offside, what it allows for the sweeper offside to get a little bit straighter. So that extra cover region being more protected because of that field change. Situation also doesn't allow Deepak Huda to come in and absorb a lot of dot deliveries. He will feel that pressure a little bit more because of that required rate being 8.3.
He looks busy so far. Good cricket shot. Take the score to 187 for 4.
How difficult will these 125 more runs be for India? West Indian bowlers with their tails up. Well, West Indies had a chance of getting Sanju Samson. There was a half-hearted appeal for an LBW shout. It was off the bowling of Kyle Mayers. They didn't go for the review. But when we looked at it a second time around, it would have been out. All three options and boxes being ticked.
I could understand that. Ball hitting high up on the 5, but Sanju Samson is quite a short guy. Just a half-hearted appeal from Kyle Mayers. And I don't think it would have been enough to convince Nicholas Purran to take the review. But we have the benefit of the replay and the technology and the Hawkeye. When he goes back, Phil Simmons would be saying, why didn't you take this review?
Sound like you had that treatment from Phil Simmons already, Darren Sammy.
No, I didn't.
Well, you could be honest.
No, I think we didn't have the review during the World Cup. We only coached in 2016 when we won that ICC T20 World Cup. No reviews there during that time. This will be a test. Our West Indies seamers coming down to the end of this game. We saw Siraj holding his nerve in that first ODI. Hazari Joseph expected to bowl his quota of 10 overs. He got 3 left. Sills, after this one, will have 3 left. So far, spot on. Sills is comfortable just hitting that back of a length. But you know, when it comes down to the last 5 overs, you need to be able to execute those Yorkers. Bowl to the bigger side of the field like you saw India doing. All boils down to the execution. But so far, he's doing a good job. Can he close off the over?
Got enough bat. He doesn't find the gap. Deepak Hooda. A little more desperation building for India. 36 overs gone, 190 for 4. And we will have a little bit of a break, a Blue Waters drinks break. We've been royally entertained in this second one-day international between the West Indies and India. Entertained and mesmerized with the beauty of this twin island republic as well. Trinidad and Tobago, with a few mountainous peaks, north, central and south. Gives great vantage point for the coastline. Quite a few tourism products on the island. Not only about tourism here, there's a small manufacturing sector as well. Lots to enjoy with a visit to the Twin Island Republic. Lots to also enjoy about this contest. High quality one-day international action between two exciting teams. Game still slightly open for India. West Indies with an advantage, you would say. 122 more runs to win from 84 balls. That is what India will require if they are to win this second match of the three-match series. Nicholas Pooran with that first innings effort has already drawn the line in the sand, so to speak, making a statement with the bat, his team. Now with the ball, working assiduously to protect that score set. Bowling wise, Kalmez coming to the fore, 2 wickets for 40 from his 7 overs. And bowl with a lot of pace. Used a lot of his cutters, took pace off the ball, and that did the trick for him. Zari Joseph, on the other hand, with a pacey delivery, got the important wicket of Shreyas Iyer. He's led this West Indian bowling lineup over the last 8 to 12 months. And even in this series without Jason Holder, you'd think that he's done a very good job, Alzari Joseph, alongside the less experienced bowlers like Romario Shepherd, who's got the ball now. As we often see with Romario Shepherd, he gets the ball to drift into the right-handers, so he will attempt to finish maybe on about middle stump, start outside the off stump, create a little bit of the doubt in the batsman's mind as to whether the ball is coming in or running on straight. Already that inward movement.
Especially if the ball 36 overs old. With his action, you normally get that reverse swing into the right-hander. So far, every over, he's gone for a boundary. If he could just prevent that from happening. Same feel for Samson. Halfway through the over, he's doing the job. Every dot ball brings the rate higher. It's now at 8.9.
Field placing very much the same for both batters out in the middle, and you can understand why. Because of that ball moving in, you don't really have a shot over that mid-off position. What Nicholas Pooran has also done is given Romario Shepherd the option of going straight and back of a length short, because there is a point offside, deep point.
He's done well. So often, 4 runs so far off the over. A dot ball here or even a wicket, you just don't want a boundary. It spoils the over and it allows them to get the rate required. He finishes up well, 37 gone, 195 for 4.
After 37 overs, the West Indies, they were 198 for 3. India, 195 for 4. Quite similar. I guess the key will be the depth in this Indian batting lineup. Can it contribute as significantly as what we've seen from the West Indian depth and middle order, middle to low order?
So far, the bowlers are doing just enough, not giving them those loose deliveries. What does that say? Sanju? More what? Darren, you understood what it said. I don't.
Yes, it means more support for Sanju Samson.
Needs to work on that handwriting.
That's very easy. Too easy. Sanju Samson goes to his first half century in one-day internationals. Well played innings by the young man. A new landmark for him in his career. And with limited opportunities, that's a statement in its own right.
Also brings up the 200 for India. A rare loose delivery from Sills. Well played, young man. The job is not done though. You would want to continue. If India has any chance of winning this match, Sanju Samson has to continue.
His previous best, 46. Sanju Samson is quite aware that every time he steps out in a blue kit, that lots of eyes will be on him. So much is expected from him because of the obvious talent that he has. Let's think about the equation now. Still quite a bit of support in this batting lineup. If he carries his bat,
that's why this pace is so crucial for India. You see Axar, Patel and Shardul Thakur, don't have that experience like we did. Sorry, I said we, like West Indies did in that lower order with the Rovman Powells and Romario Shepherd, who's been consistent for us. I don't know, Ganga. I keep saying we and us like I'm still playing. I think Jaden Sills is asking for deep fine leg. As he's saying, the ball is moving in, reversing into the right-hander. You saw Shikadawan save some runs in the first ODI, crucial runs, when Siraj was getting those Yorkers in, dropping the fine leg. Instead, it's kept him up. Let's see what happens.
Two or 2 for 4. Game coming down quite nicely. A real cliffhanger in that first one-day international. Can we see a similar situation to the end of this innings? As you did mention in the last game, Darren Sammy, 10 runs, quite manageable in the last power play.
Yes, especially these days when it gets over 10, it becomes more like 2 boundaries required. Mario Shepherd has not had the best of games defending totals. Puran needs him to be spot on here.
Indeed, and as you get down to the latter stage of an innings in one-day cricket, you tend to find your options available to you as captain. They're quite limited, so you don't really have many contingencies. That's why you need your bowlers to be spot on. Those who are specialist bowlers, the last phase of the innings, they must come through for you.
So far he's operating with the Pacers. Will lead some overs from Akil Hussain, Kyle Mayers.
I guess Nicholas Puran will have to find 20 overs across Mayers, Hussain and Hayden Walsh. At the moment, just 16, so he needs to find 4 overs somewhere from these 3. There will be an expectation for Alzari Joseph to bowl his full complement of 10, so too Jaden Seals and Romario Shepherd.
Really would think taking the game deep, his bowlers, his matchups.
Very lucky. Did he get this one right, Romario Shepherd? He had to retrieve the ball and dislodge the bails. The umpire will review. It happened in quick time. We'll have to wait and see.
Then, TV umpire to director. And when umpires review for run out at the ball's end, can I have your best side on angle, please? Keep rolling. Yes, the ball did hit the stumps. Yes. Satisfied with that? The ball did make contact with the stumps. I have my decision for the big screen. My decision is out. Repeat, out for the big screen.
Well, 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 what a bittersweet moment in the game of cricket. Sweet for the West Indies, bitter for this man, Sanju Samson. his maiden half-century in one-day international cricket, and that innings comes to an end. Well played 54, it's 205 for 5. Further advantage taken by the West Indies with that run-out decision. Might not see this again in cricket. Ball just coming off the shin of Romario Shepherd. He had intentions of collecting the ball and dislodging the bails. Making the right contact with his leg onto the stumps. And it's another one for the West Indies.
Well, he did say his mom named him after Romario, the footballer from Brazil. So maybe the footwork helped in that occasion.
Yeah, proving that there's merit in that decision. To name Romario Shepherd after that legendary Brazilian footballer.
A well-needed breakthrough for the West Indies. You saw how Samju Samson was looking. He's one that could probably take the game away from the West Indies. Brings Axar. Now, West Indies should not underestimate his batting talent. .39 gone. It's 207 for 5.
Right, 11 overs remaining in this innings.
Just a bit. One leg.
9.5, the runs per over required.
That's middle. Roll his right arm over.
Axar Patel has a batting strike rate of 95, so he can tonk it, can hit a long ball. Big question will be, can he sustain his innings under this type of pressure that he's experiencing?
And Nicholas Puran is going for the kill here. Ideally, I thought he would have pulled out Jaden Sills, 2 overs of his quota remaining, and probably introduce another bowler. But he's going for the kill. We'll have hindsight to talk about it. But I would love to see a catcher in the slip region.
Quite a funny moment in the last over. There is ultra edge or ultra shin or ultra leg. There was a sound off the shin of Romario Shepherd. We'll have to attend to that later tonight.
you would say, Nicholas Puran still has 4 overs to make up amongst Mayers, Hussein and Hayden Walsh. Jaden Seals has done the job. After this over, he'll have only 1 left.
And the decision by Nicholas Puran to persist with Jaden Seals, what he's trying to do is maybe prize a wicket and also send that required rate higher. Put pressure on these two so that they make a mistake, maybe lose their shape in attempting a big shot, which will give him more control. Doesn't want to use his lesser bowlers, lesser in terms of form shown today. So usually captains are faced with that option, the latter stage of the innings in white ball cricket. I'm sure, Darren Sammy, you had to make that type of decision on numerous occasions.
Yes, that's why I said he's probably going for the kill. 1 more wicket could really put a nail in the coffin. But I would love to see if you're going for the wickets, the area in which you attacking to get the wicket you're looking for. Nonetheless, 5 singles of this over. 40 gone, it's 212 for 5.
Exactly 100 more required by India from 60 balls. That's the equation. End of power play 2 and the signal for the start of the last power play in this innings. And immediately Akil Hussain with the ball. West Indies got 93 in their last 10 overs when they batted first.
What was that?
So bigger ask here from India with the bat if they are to win this one. On a review.
Well, umpire review for run out. TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can I have your best side on angle, please? Bat is grounded, bat's grounded, bat's grounded. Wicket now broken. I'm satisfied with that. I have my decision for the big screen. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out for the big screen.
Fine stop. Kalmez doing quite well behind point.
In that last block of power play, Akil Hussain has 1 more fielder outside of the inner ring, makes it 5 outside the inner circle. So that gives him extra cushion whilst bowling.
Vision slowly tilting from requiring 1 boundary at least in an over to now mandatory 2 to stay ahead of the rate. That's for India in this chase. It's a massive ass with an old ball, which is further deteriorating.
Well, ball. Good thing he would have got some bat on that. I think Akil Hussein saw him coming down the wicket. Just decided to throw it wide. Axar is looking for a boundary right now.
Gets hold of this one, was short and down the leg side. Not ideal from Akil Hussein. Might have wanted that length a little bit fuller. Not on this occasion.
Exactly what India needs. Trying to keep that rate to less than 2 boundaries and over. That would help. Like I said, you should not underestimate Axar's batting. He can't hit a long ball.
"11 runs from the over, leg by. The last single added to the score, 223 for 5.
.89 from 54, that's the equation for India. Deepak Hooda beaten on 20 from 27. Axar Patel 12 from 9. Partnership 18 from 14. Mario Shepherd has been good. 1 wicket for 42 runs in 8 overs, 18 dots. He's changing ends from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and you'll expect to see some slow deliveries, change of pace. Third man, fine leg in the inner circle. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket. And sweep on the offside. It starts with a wide. Required rate just a touch under 10, 9.78 to be precise. Straight back at him. Seems to be okay. Mario Shepherd is a strong man, but this was firmly struck.
Some people might be cruel and say drop catch. He saved 4. You don't mess with these guys. Axar Patel, we know, can strike the ball. We've known that for a while. Hooda speaks for himself. Hope he hasn't damaged his knee. And Shadul Thakur, we saw, can hit the ball too. So get your length spot on. Wide Yorkers. It's set up for wide Yorkers occasionally, the field.
Has a straight mid off, very close, and that has gone over his head and all the way. You just mentioned the striking of Axar Patel, but that's evident here.
Yeah, and it's a phase of the game as well as Shepherd has bowled that he hasn't quite nailed. Bowling of a death. We saw it in Pakistan, for example, recently a couple of times. With that low swingy action, he sometimes can bowl good Yorkers, but he hasn't nailed this aspect of the game with his bowling yet.
That's perhaps the area he wants Axar Patel to hit, with the protection on the offside towards the bigger side. He'll have to make an adjustment now to the right-handed Deepak Hooda. But this game still has a lot of life in it. Can go either way. Hangs in the balance. Edged or deliberately played, either way he gets himself a boundary. Third man in the inner circle, pace on and width, not the right option from Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, with a short third man and no deep backward point, that has to be an error ball. What we saw from Mohamed Siraj, particularly in the first game, was he used the big side of the ground and bowled straight Yorkers with fine leg back. Get them to hit to the bigger side of the ground. Think he's coming round the wicket, so he's trying to work out where he's going to bowl. There's no deep fine leg, there's no deep third man.
Has to be absolutely spot on with this field. Third man, fine leg in. And bowling with pace, trying to get those Yorkers in. 13 runs coming from the over so far, one delivery left. So they're keeping up with the required rate, India, staying in this contest. Just wonder if he's 100%. Mario Shepherd got a few blows. In the last over, he bowled from the media center end. One ricocheted onto the stump. Then in this over, a firm strike back at him. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket. "14 runs from that over, 42 gone, 237 for 5. Now these are the options at the disposal for Nicholas Pooran. Who does he turn to for these remaining 8 overs? Joseph has 3 seals, 1 Shepherd, 1. Just before the start of this over, there was quite a discussion with some of the senior members of this West Indies team as to who will be bowling this one. Still a discussion ensuing between Pooran and Akil Hussain, who seems to be the one trusted with the responsibility for this over. Mario Shepherd just getting some treatment. Still has 1 over left, so still needed in this game. Axar Patel on strike. Ian Bishop with the left-handed Akil Hussain turning into him.
Yeah, that is a matchup that Axar Patel will look at. They're trying to make him hit to the big side of the ground. I wonder what they make of Hayden Walsh Jr. with the extra field outside the circle and someone who can actually spin it in both directions. Puran's going to have to mix and match here. Joseph has to come back for an over, at least.
Sounded like an edge. Too thick for Shai. But what he's done here, he's given the strike back to the left-hander. Yeah, too much of a deviation for Shai. Axar Patel is looking to use the pace of the deliveries and go behind square on the leg side. Just in that region, but there is some protection there, so it'll just be a single. For the right-hander, he has 3 fielders behind point on the offside. So he's bowling outside off stump, flat into the surface. Single every delivery in the over so far. Good going. Run rate climbs with every single. And just under 10 and over required now. 71 from 44. They need to find a boundary. Well, he does find it. Misses his length, misses his line, and disdainfully dispatched by Axar Patel.
Yeah, it's an easy matchup. Even if he's hitting to that big side, they want the left-handed batter hitting with the spin. No anticipated spin. Game on. 65 from 43. Now Zari Joseph has to come into the attack to try to prize one out.
And that's exactly what they were discussing before this over. Whether or not to give Alzari the 43rd. They decided to go with this option. It's cost 10 runs so far. Make that 11. And the score now 248 for 5. West Indies 240 for 3 at this stage. When they were batting, India 248 for 5. So a few runs more, a few wickets more. Zari Joseph, like you were mentioning, Bish reintroduced. He's been very good in this game so far, Zari. 1 for 24 in 7, 23 dot balls. Third man and fine leg up.
Well, whether they'll go for 2, no. That'll be 1 1/4. Here's the dilemma, and I think you alluded to it a little moment ago from a Puran's point of view. If Alzari Joseph goes well, you think he will bowl out his overs if he goes well. Jaden Seals, you'd think, would probably be given his 1 more. The problem is Shepherd has another one available. He hasn't gone well at death for the West Indies too often. Hussain is travelling for runs. Now, it leaves you with a couple of options. Do you trust Walsh and Kyle Mears to come and make up 3 other overs apart from Alzari Joseph's and Jaden Seals' overs?
So let me put you on the spot, Bish. What would you do if you were out there as captain? Who would you turn to?
I think you'd have to mix and match. Of course, Joseph bowls his. You'd have to see if Mears can give you 1 or maybe 2, but certainly you'd have to see if he gives you 1. And maybe Walsh Jr. with from the appropriate end with 5 fielders outside of a circle and the ability to turn it both ways. The best scenario is for Joseph to get a wicket.
Yeah, good timing, good bit of timing from Axar Patel. He's really came and scored at a frenetic pace, 31 of 19. Given the innings and acceleration and impetus that was desperately needed.
The other thing that we don't know of the field, Samuel Badger, as you well know, is what's the confidence level of a Romario Shepherd. Only the captain on the field talking to him will know, does Romario want it, for example?
Misfield will only cost him an additional run, but very sloppy from Akil Hussain. Hayden Walsh Jr. was tracking just in case he missed it, which he did.
And we saw 2 days ago how important a run here and a run there can be in the end result. We had some last over action in the first one-day international, and it came down to a margin of 3 runs. Mohammad Siraj was at his best with his Yorkers. Shepherd and Akil Hussain tried their best. It was a great save from Sanju Samson. Yorker. Couple of runs taken. Yorker again. And the margin ended up being just 3 for India.
.44 gone, 256 for 5. India just nudging slightly ahead, that blue worm. And we're in for another cliffhanger, another thriller here in Port of Spain. Sunday evening, the crowds are in. And they've been well and truly entertained so far. The icing on the cake for those who are supporting the West Indies would be a win. And keeping this series alive, Akil Hussain will bowl another, expensive in his last over, but the confidence from the captain to go again. Starts the over with a wicket, and that's why he's continued with him, and you can see the celebration from Nicholas Pooran at long off. What a comeback from Akil Hussain after that expensive last over.
And the misfield in the previous over. Threw it wide, and Huda going after it as you'd expect him to do, peeled off the outer half. That's brave and good captaincy, successful captaincy in bowling. And the fans can see some daylight. Huda goes for 33, 256 for 6.
New batsman for India, Shardul Thakur, has a 50 in one-day international. This is the reason why he's here. Good smart bowling from Akil Hussain, asking Deepak Huda to hit exactly where he wanted him to, what a score. Towards the bigger side, peeled off, and good tracking from Hayden Walsh Jr. That has just tilted the balance once again in the favor of the West Indies. But it did cross importantly, and it means that the left-handed Axar Patel is back on strike. So he's round the wicket. He might be looking to fire it across him, ask him to cut. That might be the plan for Akil Hussain.
With scratch every theory that I espoused an over ago. And don't mess with Shardul Thakur. Remember, in that first game, his boundary of the last ball of the innings in that first game was a defining boundary. India won by 3.
Good bowling. Good over so far from Akil Hussain, just firing it in. If you can manage to not concede a boundary, it will be an excellent over. Up and over. Gets to the boundary. Deliberate from Axar Patel, given the length so that he was able to get under it and hit it through the offside.
And because it was as short as it was, it just sat up and allowed him to be able to get into position effectively enough, although a hand came off the bat, the bottom hand.
You can see what he's trying to do though, Akil Hussain, slide it across him, but it's not sliding. Doesn't want to bowl that length. Got away. Just a single. 8 runs from that over and the wicket. 45 gone. 264 for 6. couple half-century runs for India. Shreyas Iyer, couple in succession for him. Sanju Samson. And India need 48 from 30. 4 wickets in hand. Zara Joseph in for his penultimate over. Mid-on, mid-off in position, so his length, you would assume, would be short with the third man on fine leg back, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. And sweep on the offside. Helped away and gets to the boundary with the pace. So badly lined and a bad start to the over before Zara Joseph.
Now 44 required from 29, so when you get down to the last 5 overs with anything under 50 or 50 or under, game still on if you've got the wickets and the capability to bat. He changing his field now. Fine leg is coming up into the circle. Long on is being instituted instead of mid on. Long off as well.
Well, he started over with fine leg back, third man back. 1 ball in, he's brought both of them in. Nicholas Pooran just gesticulating to a couple fielders, ensuring that he gets exactly what he wants. Still not too sure. Okay, I think they finally gotten it now. Akil Hussain moved from short fine leg into short mid-wicket. Keane Walsh Jr. from deep backward square to fine leg. What length will he bowl? What line? Couple more changes in the field for the left-handed Axar Patel. And just a reminder that India lead this 3-match series 1-0, and therefore a win for them today would give them the series. A win for the West Indies will keep this series alive. Sweet sound of the bat from Axar Patel. Full face, high elbow. And the Indian fans in the crowd and wherever you are, you must have enjoyed that.
Little cut, a little pace off. Man, that's a terrific shot. What we haven't seen is his attempt in this over to that wide Yorker, the Yorker to the right-hander into leg stump either. Field isn't set for it.
No ball and a run, so a couple more, and it's going to be a free hit as well. So completely losing the plot here, Zara Joseph, after all of the good work he did in the initial part of the game. This is when it matters most. He needs to hold his nerves and keep his composure. 35 from 27, getting closer to a runner ball. Free hit coming up. It might be another free hit and another couple of runs as well. It's been an expensive start to this over. That might be another dangerous delivery considered by the umpires. Has to be very careful here, Alzari Joseph. As a former fast bowler yourself, Ian Bishop, you'll know what he's trying to do.
And for many reasons, he doesn't want to do that again. Be out of the attack.
Another free hit, this time to Axar Patel. Will he capitalize? Well, he smashes it straight down to the fielder. 16 runs so far in this over. Fielder settles, the wicket. And that will help. That will certainly help the West Indies cause. Nicholas Pooran will need to regroup with his troops, and the fans are loving it.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic for Joseph to have the type of over that he had early on. His pace off, cutter into the surface, small side of the ground, but enough pace off the ball to stay within play and the safe hands out there in the sweeper boundary. Shadul Takuro goes 280 for 7.
For 7. Avish Khan on debut makes his way out to the middle. Going by his list of stats, not much to be worried about for the West Indies, but in this situation you never know. Shadul Thakur looking for a boundary, finds the fielder. Elation finally from Nicholas Pooran. Has been a disappointing over up to that point. 16 from it, 1 delivery left.
I wouldn't mess with Avish Khan though. The numbers aren't great, but he swings an aggressive bat, so you've got to be spot on. He does swing hard, so make sure you hit your length.
He wants to strike, direct hit. What was he doing there? It was the last ball of the over. 46 gone, 280 for 7. Tension is palpable when you look at those faces. Last ball of the last over. Not entirely sure what Avish Khan was thinking. Direct hit, he would have been gone by some distance. just signaled to Axar Patel after that he might have thought it was 2 deliveries left, so he was just trying to get off strike. Romario Shepherd in for his last. .32 from 24, 8 runs and over required. One expensive over. Can tilt it heavily in the favor of India. A good over, maybe a wicket, the wicket of Axar Patel. Tilted heavily in West Indies' favor, but this game, as it stands, hangs in the balance.
There was a game in Pakistan, first ODI, where Kushdil Shah took to Romario Shepherd. I think it was something like 3 sixes he hit him for towards the closing of the game.
Up in the air, will fall safely, will challenge the boundary, goes to the boundary, inadvertent. But Axar Patel and India will take this anytime.
Short ball sometimes is a risk because it opens up so many areas of the field. I think it just sped up on Alzari Joseph, who watched it bounce initially and thought he might have been able to get there to collect it, but it just sped up with the spin on him.
And Axar Patel moves on to 48, his best effort in one-day international, previous highest of 38. So on the cusp of his first one-day international half-century. Sweet timing, and brings up his first one-day international half-century, Axar Patel. And he's looking to take India home in this second one-day international.
Outstanding innings. Early morning in India. And if you're up and watching this, 24 required from 22. That's why we kept saying you don't mess with guys like Axar Patel and this lower order, missing his length. You know, if you're Shepherd, what's your best ball to try to get him out or get him off strike?
A really phenomenal strike rate from Axar Patel, 192.6 he's striking at over the wicket. Gets a single. So much experience, Bish, in high-intensity white ball cricket for these guys. We keep mentioning the fact that they might not be experienced in international cricket, but they've done this so many times before. So they know how to go about scoring at 9, 10s and over without panicking too much. And now it's under 7.
I go back to the IPL this year and an innings he played against Mumbai Indians, 38 from 17. When he came to the crease, they needed 74 from 40. Helped them to win it.
You mentioned that aggressive swing, and there it is. Avish Khan, well, he is getting into the act as well.
Less than a runner ball required. A nothing delivery really, and we mentioned Shepherd not versed at this stage of the game. Not great memories for him. Go back to Pakistan twice, where he was expensive at the death. Can he get his Yorker in? Is he going to go short again?
Direct hit from Pura, no, he decides against it.
I'd say about this field, that was a full length, that was right in the slot, and you had mid-off and mid-on in the circle, so don't understand how you could generally look to go Yorker with mid-on and mid-off up. Now he's pushed mid-on, bottom right of your screen, back to the boundary.
Who's bowling the next over? Who's Nicholas Puran going to? dot to end. Axar Patel will retain the strike with 3 overs to go, 293 for 7. High successful run chases in ODIs in the West Indies. England chased 361 in 2019. Sri Lanka 313 in 2003. So if India get home today, it will slot in that number 3 position. And really testament to how good this surface was or has been or is at the Queen's Park Oval. We've seen 3 innings of over 300 runs. And we're going to see a 4th. Alzarri Joseph is the man for his last over. Gets a single. Axar Patel. Patient now 18 from 17. They'll scamper for everything. Hafiz Khan might just swing for everything. The man on debut. Tension everywhere. Before this over, we've had 81 runs in the last 7 overs. A real explosion in the back end from India. Precious dot. Wide signal. Much to the disappointment of Alzarri Joseph. Additional ball, additional run.
Call that. I think the even more significant question is, do you go to Jaden Seals for that next over, and if there's more, who bowls the last one if it's not Jaden Seals? So real juggling for Nicholas Puran if it goes deep into that final over. If
I asked Nicholas Puran at the end of that first game whether or not, even in defeat, if it felt like a win. But this one, if they don't get over the line today, this will hurt. They've been in a strong position for the majority of this game. Have to find a way to get over the line. 15 from 14. Another swing and a miss, a wild heave. And this will help the West Indies. And on this delivery, the last of the over coming up will essentially be a free hit for Avesh Khan. Axar Patel isn't going to run any single, that's for sure, and just having a discussion with him, telling him exactly that. Just swing, doesn't matter. Deal ideally in even numbers, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, they're not going to run. They're not going to run. A good ball to end the over, and in the end, a decent spell from Azari Joseph, 2 for 46 from 10, 48 gone to 97 for 7. Joseph completed his spell, so too Romario Shepherd. Jada Seals has 1. And you're quite right, Bish, who's going to bowl the last over? Because Jaden Seals is going to bowl this one. $14 from 11. If this game ends up as a tie, we may just have a super over to determine the winner. So that's on the cards as well. So hang on, folks. Hang on to your seats. Third man, fine leg in the inner circle. Smashed, absolutely smashed by Avesh Khan, the man on debut. Brings up the 300 for India.
Yeah, the numbers don't jump out at you for Avesh Khan with the bat, but we've seen him in the IPL swing lustily and connect. And he's brought in just to do exactly this, a delivery that's neither here nor there. Missing his length.
This is where that skill set comes in, that slow ball or that yorker, either of those two options. Mid on, mid off. Third man goes to the boundary, so does fine leg. Third man very straight, very fine. Just a single, another length delivery, not ideal. Axar Patel, 56 from 31, Avesh Khan, 10 from 10, partnership 23 from 17. And now a runner ball, 9 from 9. Can't underscore enough how important this game is for the West Indies to break a losing streak, also to keep this series alive. And this is what you will get from Avish Khan in trying to swing lustily. He will lose his shape, he will miss a few, but when he connects, he connects.
If we do get to that last over, I have no idea who's going to bowl it. I think I see Ruffman probably loosening up down on the sweeper boundary.
Makes connection, fielder settles, and the catch taken. And Axar Patel did the right thing. He didn't run past him because it was the last ball of the over, and therefore he will keep strike. And it will be 8 runs needed in the last over. Avish Khan, well, tried to go for another boundary, didn't get enough connection. Jaden Seals with the wicket.
Brave ball. His pace off is hitting to the short side. I think slightly with the wind, so it's a brave, very brave delivery. And there wasn't much room left for Shamar Brooks to pouch another one. Last over coming up. Who bowls it? Avish goes for 10, 304 for 8. Go.
For 8. Mohammad Siraj, the new batsman for India, not on strike. Axar Patel alert to the situation. And oftentimes we've seen in the past where players aren't too aware and they just stroll past each other. And the new batsman on strike, not this time. Lots of discussion at the fall of that wicket as to who is going to bowl this final over, and it appears it's going to be this man, Kyle Mears.
Have a look at that wicket of Avish Khan once again. Leg cut, a slow delivery. Smart pace off it, brave. I can't redeem myself, but I did mention that Kyle Mears was one that I would have thought about going to earlier. Didn't expect it to be the last over. Good catch by Brooks. What a finish. If we do, suppose we get to a super over and all the normal light is gone. Artificial lights are on here at the Oval. Mears bowled the 30th over, the last time he bowled.
I don't think that he's ever bowled a last over in any cricket. In any sort of white ball cricket, so it's going to be a test for him. 8 from 6. Excellent start. Really good from Kyle Mears. Oftentimes has produced some magic for the West Indies, and they're asking him to be a magician again.
Axar saying 1 hit. I just need 1 hit. And we will be at the end of the line, close.
Pushing for 2, looking for 2. Good fielding, just a single. Crowd cheering them on their feet. Another last over thriller. 2 in 2 attempts. After that Bangladesh series, who would have thought this, Ian Bishop?
Well, it's great cricket. We've got 2 pitches here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, which are good pitches, which are producing exciting finishes. We need more of this for these 2 teams to learn their trade. What's the message to Mohamed Siraj, does he just look to drop and run? Or does he swing? 4 deep fielders on the leg side, 4 of them. Fine leg, backward square, mid-wicket, long on.
Good again. 3 good deliveries. Hasn't missed his length so far. Don't want to jinx him. But we all know the margin for error when you're trying to bowl those Yorkers. Slightly off and you can disappear. 6 from 3. Getting to a stage where boundary is needed. I wonder if he will take the single if it's on offer, or if he will try to keep the strike and do it himself, Axar Patel. Gets it, nails it. Speaking about that margin of error, and it's a full toss in the end, and Axar Patel absolutely smashes that one. Gets himself and his team over the line, and another win for India, this time by 2 wickets and some fall-on faces off the West Indians. And contrasting from the Indians, India take this series 2-0, an unassailable 2-0 lead. Another series win for them over the West Indians, and 7 consecutive one-day international losses for the West Indies. Has been high drama here at the Queen's Park Oval once again.